Everyone.
We're not live yet.
Well, I'm just saying good evening to our
Okay,
constituents.
just, sorry.
They're so hard on me. Good evening and happy holidays. Merry everything. God bless us, everyone. We need it.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:01 and we are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Regular City Commission meeting of December 17th, 2024. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is absent. Commissioner Christopher McVoy has not yet arrived. Commissioner Mimi May.
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Diaz will lead us in the moment of silence or invocation.
Oh, this one first.
Okay. So recently, our downtown, we dealt with a very needlessly unfortunate situation and tragic situation that impacted a lot of people, not just the people whose lives were taken, but their friends and family, the co-workers at Old Key Lime House. There's just so many people that were impacted by what happened. And very rarely, but I'm actually at a loss for words. It's just needlessly tragic and unnecessary. And let's just take a moment to honor those that are affected. Amen.
Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering that I'm aware of, that we should be aware of?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm requesting that unfinished business B, Town of Palm Beach Beach Renourishment, be moved to follow the approval of the minutes.
Okay.
And that's
So,
all I have.
any issues with that? Any problems with that? Do we have a motion to approve that?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right, so unfinished B is being moved up to after the,
Approval of the minutes.
oh, okay, good. All right, thank you very much. Anything else, anybody? All right. Nothing else? Let's get going. The first up tonight is a presentation from our own Captain Karn, and then also our Safe Place Initiative by Captain Beth Grivida. And we're going to have her to come up first and talk about the Safe Space Prerogatives Initiative. And here they come. Here they come. I never feel safer when there's a lot of deputies in the room. We're going to ask you to stay for the whole night if you don't mind.
Thank you.
How you doing?
There it is. And then my, I am Captain Beth Grivida with Palm Beach. As you can see, I do this all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
A seasoned.
Thank you guys for your time. I am Captain Beth Grivida with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. With me is Sergeant Bernie Hernandez, Detective Dan Hall, Civilian Matthew Meek, and Deputy Sheriff Catherine Nelson. We are members of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office LGBTQ Liaison Unit. We started, how do I move this forward? Hold on. Point it there? Okay. Stand by. Okay, well, anyway, our unit started in 2019, right before COVID. It's a strictly volunteer unit. We interface, okay, point of contact between the Sheriff's Office and the LGBTQ community. One of the relationships that we have formed very strongly is with Compass, and they are here in support of us tonight. Almost all of us are here tonight. We have about 8 to 10 volunteers, and we have no budget. We just are people that decided to volunteer for this unit. So based on that, we decided to apply for a grant with the Department of Justice, and we were awarded a $175,000 micro grant. And we have to, in early '24, so we have '24 and '25 and to use that. We have 2 years to use it. So what we decided to do, the program, is to initiate the Safe Place Initiative in Palm Beach County. Now, the Safe Place Initiative started in Seattle PD in 2015, where it was a protection for the LGBTQ community, where business owners would place a 4x6 decal in their storefront, and it would let that person know that is a victim of an LGBTQ crime, that this is a safe place to go. The business owner agrees to call 911 and allow that person to stay in a public place in the business until help arrives. It has since morphed into all hate crimes, not just the LGBTQ community. So anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, any kind of hate crime. So we have decided to embrace that, and we were accepted as the 361st agency in the world to do the Safe Place Initiative. Local businesses can get involved free of charge, and it's a 4x6 decal that goes on their storefront. And what it lets people know is that this is a safe place to come if you are a victim of a crime, any crime. And we wanted to start the program in Lake Worth Beach. It's going to be countywide, but we wanted to start the program in Lake Worth Beach because Lake Worth Beach is considered a safe city. And to start this off, our liaisons will be going door to door to businesses to see if they want to become part of it. And there's also going to be a media part of it too, but that all has to be implemented. And also, it's going to be available, the decals will be available on a website. So you guys have a packet. You can see the application, and you can also see the training. No, it's 2 pieces of paper.
Oh, I think
So that's the decal, that's what it'll look like. And the QR code actually works, and it takes you right to the PBSO LGBTQ liaison website, and gives you other resources, which includes Compass as one of the resources. There's no liability to the business because it's the hope that they would get involved anyway if a victim of a crime comes into their business. They do not, they allow the victim to stay in a public place, and if the victim leaves, we ask that they call 911 back to give a direction of travel. That's it. That's the only responsibility of the business. And we hope to get it started beginning the new year. And what we are hoping for, I presented it to Vice Mayor Malega, and she suggested I come talk to you guys to get basically your approval, your support for this initiative to start it here. Yeah, okay.
Thank
that's
you.
it. That's
Thank you
our-
very
all right.
much.
Thank you.
I'd be interested, and the folks from Compass too, in our community, has there been, have there been a lot of crimes? Have there been a lot of assaults, that sort of thing? Here. Coming up is Julie Seaver.
Thank you so much. This was unexpected. So yes, over the years, since we started this LGBTQ liaison programs initiative with these officers, including Captain Krivda, we have had clients and community members and residents reach out to us because they didn't feel that they could report whether a crime because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, and this includes domestic violence.
Oh, yeah.
And so, and we've also received the support of specifically District 14 in that initiative. The captains previous to Captain Kern have been very inclusive, welcoming, and supportive, and have a zero shenanigans tolerance policy. So it's worked really well for our community. And we have had some hate crimes, not just against the LGBTQ plus community over the years in the downtown business area. And so we absolutely support this initiative, mostly because you can't be a safe sanctuary city without the support of the downtown businesses and organizations, and of course, law enforcement. So thank
I
you.
would love to know in a couple months, a few months, what the, what the reaction has been from the business owners, how well received this is. One would hope that it is well received, but I'd
Me
like
too.
to. Thank you so much, really, thank you very much. Thank
very
you,
much.
guys. Now we have our own Captain Karn.
All right, good evening, everyone. I am Captain Terrence Karn with the City of Lake Worth Beach, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. This is our quarterly presentation. We will be covering crime statistics. Myself and Lieutenant Matt Lavinia. As far as the presentation, the first topic will be crime data from January 1st, 2024 to the current date. Second topic will be homeless intervention, and the third topic will be plan to address crimes. Okay, when it comes to the crime data, first category is going to be homicides. When we compare this year's homicides to last year, there's been no change. As you all know, we recently had 2 homicides in the downtown area. Both of those suspects are in custody. Second category is going to be robberies. We had a 37% decrease. Next category is going to be sexual assaults. We had a 43% decrease. Next category is going to be shootings. We had a 46% decrease. Next category is stabbings. We had a 30% increase, which I will explain that later. Next is burglary to businesses. We had a 46% decrease. Burglary construction, we had an increase of 175%. We went from 4 last year to 11 this year. Residential burglaries, we had a 12% decrease. Burglary to vehicles, we had 11% decrease. Larcenies, we had a 6% decrease. Stolen vehicles, we had a 9% decrease. Stolen vehicle recovery, we had a 21% decrease. And vandalisms, we had a 3% increase. Next category, homeless intervention. This is a very hot topic here throughout the state. And as far as our stats, we have a homeless intervention team deputy from June 1st, 2024 to December 10th, 2024. He had a total of 431 contacts. I mean, he made contact with 431 homeless persons. Field interrogation reports, he had 85. Sheltered, he sheltered 11 people. He made 6 arrests. He had 31 cases, meaning that they were involved with 31 different types of crimes. And the next category is supplements. He had 11 supplements. So that means supplemental reports. Our plan to address crime focus on the serious crimes and quality life issues, such as open containers, trespassing in the parks, things that can lead to major crimes. If people feel that they can get away with some of the simple things, then it can lead to other things. We're going to continue with our community policing and street crimes unit. They'll focus on the hot spots and quality of life violations. Homeless issues. We have implemented 4 homeless intervention team deputy liaisons. They're not additional deputies, they're just liaisons, meaning that they will coordinate with the current full-time HIT deputy that we have. Next, continue to utilize grants. We currently have 1 grant, which is the railroad trespass grant. Actually, it will be active in March. Hopefully this year, we will be able to apply for more grants. We had another violent crime grant, but that grant expired 1 year ago. I don't know if they're going to give it back, but I know our agency will try if they can. The next category is real-time crime center, intelligence-led policing. As you know, we have a lot of open cameras and we have a lot of covert things that we use as well. And that's pretty much how the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office uses that when it comes to dealing with criminal elements. That's one of the things that we use. Next, we will be working closely with internal PBSO units and also external agencies such as ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. We will continue doing special operations such as saturation patrols. We will also do prostitution stings, traffic operations, open containers in city parks, and homeless intervention operations, which we do at least quarterly. Are there any questions?
I do.
And hold on, let me just get it. Okay, go ahead.
Just briefly, you know, a lot of times perception is reality, whether it's true or not.
Yes.
And we hear a lot about Bryant Park, you know, and in the general, I mean, I go past the Cultural Plaza often during the day, and there's usually a couple people there. I mean, there's not a swarm of people there. But in terms of, you know, the visual, it's not great to see the homeless people in the park. Do you go into the park at all? Do you have somebody walking through the Bryant Park at all?
Yes.
You
Yes, we
do?
have deputies, yes.
Okay, and that's where they have, is that where they
Walking
have?
and riding through there in the vehicles, yes.
Okay.
Daily.
So is that where they have most of their interactions with the homeless?
Yes, that's one of the locations. I would say that's the main location. That's
Yeah.
pretty much like the hub.
Right. And that 431, I believe it was, is that number of contacts or number of people?
That would be the number of contacts.
Okay, so it could be the same person, okay.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of people. I haven't seen 431 homeless people in our town. Then, in terms of the new legislation, you know, that's coming up, that passed in October and January 1st, it's going to become a little more interesting to deal with. Are you working on now, you had a protocol before. Is
Yes.
that changing at all?
So far, we still have the same policy in place. We don't have a new policy.
Yeah.
Our main approach will always be to get them services, get the homeless person's services. We're not trying to arrest the problem away, but we understand the city's concerns, we understand the public's concern. So we will first try to offer them services as we normally do. And then if they don't want to take the service, then we'll move to the next level.
Which is
If they're violating.
an
the crime.
arrest?
Yes, yes. If they're violating the crime, or if they're violating the ordinance, then they will be potentially taken to jail. They could be for ordinance, or they could be cited.
Or trespass, which is a misdemeanor, which is,
Yes.
right. Because, I mean, that's what everyone's concerned about, what happens, you know, there's no less, because I know the county has no plans on adding shelter beds, they've made that very clear. So, you know, if there's no beds available, it sounds like you have to still say, find a place other than where you are now, in order for us to comply with the statute.
What we try to do is we try to move them along. That's our goal always. So far, we've had 100% compliance. Most of the people, we tell them to move along, they move along.
Just to
As you
some
see,
other-
We had a couple of areas where a lot of homeless persons were hanging out. You know, we went there, we told them, listen, you got to, you know, leave this area, and we cleared them out.
Yeah, under the bridge by the Snook Islands, I know you were, thank you
Yes.
very much. That was a quick response when people started to notice it. So I know there's other questions, but, you know, of course, we're all concerned about the liability that's going to
Yes,
possibly occur on January 1st, in terms of not, you know, so we're prepared to comply with the statute, whether we like it or not.
yes.
Okay.
But we're still going to follow our.
Absolutely, but,
But we will follow what's written under the law.
okay,
We understand your position. No one wants to get sued with lawsuits, but I can assure you that the deputies will do the best thing, the right thing, no matter what.
thank you very much. Mr. McFoy, your light was on first.
Could you pop up back to the crime stats first? I don't, from what I remember of hearing the quarterly ones or half-year ones in the past, this looks like a pretty good run. You know, pretty much everything is down. One was up 3%, that's probably in the noise. One was up a high percentage, but it was a small number of cases. And seems like it got small, oh, stabbings was up a bit, and
Yes.
I see the reports. Any idea why things seem to be a bit safer? Or there's less crime happening?
Well, I think that everything.
When did you come on?
Excuse me, sir.
No.
Excuse me, sir, we do
down.
not, sir, excuse me, we do not do that. Thank you. And if you listened, you're
The
wrong.
green numbers were down, and they were essentially,
Sir, Thank you.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, am I correct in what I heard from you and to some extent can read?
More or less.
More or less. It seems like it got smaller somehow. Pretty much everything was down from, I can't tell you the time period. Was that the same time period a year ago?
From last year. From last
Yeah.
year, crime is down
Yeah.
overall. We do have some areas where it is up.
Right.
For example, the stabbings.
Stabbing.
I did look at that. Most of these stabbings are related to people getting intoxicated, and they end up having some type of altercation, and someone gets stabbed. Some of those things are going to be very difficult to prevent, because we can't be in everyone's home, we can't be in everyone's front yard. That's just going to be very difficult to prevent in those situations.
Right. But overall, and the mayor alluded to it, that one of the challenges that I'm sure you have and that we have is perception can be very different from the numbers, but the numbers are in fact pretty good.
Yes.
So thank you for that, and keep it up, I guess. Whatever you're doing seems to be working, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
No, I wasn't done.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
One of the concerns, and this is a little delicate to talk about and how to deal with it, but one of the concerns that people have is, again, it's a perception-related thing. It doesn't look good to have murders, and obviously, we do not want murders to happen. But one of the things that we, as elected officials, have to think about is any specific cases, do they give an indication of the overall safety of a community, or do they tend to be very specific? I remember several murders not far from me that happened, I don't know, in the last 10 years somewhere or other. It was a love situation, and the person murdered, I think, his ex-partner and the parent. So it was 3 homicides. It was pretty horrible seeming. But it was not something that represented a danger in general to the community. It was a very specific, targeted situation. I don't know how you, and again, I reiterate, obviously any murders are no good, but it is helpful for the community to kind of have some sense of, do things reflect a general, wow, things are getting really crazy out there and you better watch your back at all times, or sort of different? I don't know if you're welcome to comment, if you have any insights you want to share with the community that'd be
What I
helpful.
will say is that things are safer. That situation was very unfortunate. There were other factors related to that. I can't really get into that investigation. But what I can assure the citizens is, don't be worried and just think that random people are just gonna walk into a business and just fire shots
Yeah.
at people.
Yeah, and that's helpful to know. If we could move to the next one, I believe it's the homeless one. Yeah. So the contacts, as the mayor clarified, that's 400 plus contacts. We don't really know how many different people, because that's harder to keep track of. I see that the sheltered is a very small number relative to that. One thought, and part of that, there's a couple things. Some people don't want shelter, so that's a piece. And another is the shelter's full, which happens a lot from what I hear.
Sometimes. But most don't want to go into a shelter sometimes. Most, I would say the majority.
Majority, okay.
Yes,
That's helpful. Another thought, you mentioned that you offer services and try to get people service. Maybe I don't know whether you have liberty to adjust what you report. Maybe it's set by the central office, but it might be nice to add to sheltered services provided.
Oh, yes.
That gives some idea of how well this is working. And then the cases number is also quite small to the number of contacts. Again, we don't know if that's number of people. I'm sure it's not 400 homeless people here. But it might be nice to have some idea for the public. Can we split out these cases a little bit, major health things, or what kind of things those are, so that we get some idea. Again, the perception of, there's a huge danger or there's not, you can get to a little bit with these statistics, which is helpful. Finally, I have one request, and that's my last piece. From what I hear, if you're homeless, one of your challenges is your stuff. And your stuff can include things like your phone, your papers, your documentation, things that might let you, or even clothes and cleaning materials, whatever, that might let you get to a job or let you do something for somebody else. And sometimes when the materials get taken away, I'm understanding that sometimes they get put somewhere pretty far away, and that makes it very inconvenient for people to get them back. So I would say, if there's a way to, obviously, sometimes we have to impound materials if they're left behind, that's the policy and so on. But maybe if there's a way to make it somewhat easier for somebody to get their things back, with the thinking that this makes it more likely that they can get calls for a job or can look online for shelters or whatever. So that's my request.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. May?
Thank you. A lot of my questions were already asked, but I just wanted to ask specifically about the increase in construction burglaries.
Yes.
It went from 4 to 11. And I know I've talked to one specific constituent who has an issue with a construction property on the corner of South First and K.
Oh.
And there's a porta potty there that is used by homeless people to go to the bathroom and to get high. And my question for you is there anything as a city that we can do to help, maybe ordinance-wise, to make it easier for you to decrease these crimes?
Construction crimes.
Like, mandate fencing, or mandate that the porta potty be
Yes, that could be
locked,
helpful. That could be helpful.
or,
The fencing definitely.
I thought that there was a law that said you have to have fencing around a construction site.
Well, yeah, because it has to be safe for the people that could be coming.
Right.
Coming onto the site, then they can get injured or get hurt.
Right, and there are people on this site, because they're stealing things out of the home,
Yeah, the copper and other things.
the copper, the
Appliances,
tools, they're
things.
stealing everything out. So if there was fencing around a construction site that was locked, it would lock the porta potty inside, and then it would be a trespassing issue as well, correct? So if
Postage signs.
we could look at our ordinances and specifically what the state has, what the county has, and then anything that we can add to it to help you guys with that situation, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
There was a construction fence around there for a long time, and it's my neighborhood.
Right, and it's not
And
there
they took it
anymore.
down.
And so the person should be responsible for these issues. And, I think that anything we can do to initiate that would be great.
There's
So,
often a lovely pile of like trash and
yeah,
furniture
so
and
maybe
stuff.
something, Jamie, if you don't mind writing that down? Okay. I appreciate that. Anything always let us know how we can help you help our citizens be safe.
And
Thanks.
we did have an increase in that, but our last construction burglary was on September the 5th,
Oh.
2024. So it's
Well, all right,
it's been roughly almost 3 months since we had a construction burglary.
Good.
Right, because everything's out of that house now, and they haven't touched it since then, and there's nothing
They
left to
did their
steal.
job. I'm sure
So
there's
there's
other
still
construction
trespassing and illegal use of the porta potty going on there, because there's nothing left in the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. I had I had those same questions too. So how about that for government efficiency? The only thing to add to that on construction, I think, my understanding is that these tend to be repeat targets, if you will, maybe because they're convenient and easy to get to. So like any communication with us, anything that we can do to help that builder or developer to, fix that situation, I think that would be appreciated. And the only other thing that we have had, and this is always a hot topic that people ask about, is our docks and Snook Islands especially. And we have had meetings discussing progress towards resolving that through trespassing on the submerged property that we own, and so on and so forth. And I had brought up that a really important tool that we have yet to get before, and I think you were gracious enough to address this. So I'm kind of wondering if we have an update on getting Marine unit presence or even FWC
Funny
on our
you should
waters.
mention that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is something that we're actually going to be addressing that tomorrow. We're having a meeting at 1:00.
Excellent.
On that. But when it comes to the boat docks, we have cited individuals there who have been parking boats there overnight a few times. So now the next step would be for it to be towed out of there. So
And that's an us problem, yeah. Yeah, we're working on that. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I want to thank the captain for being responsive. We've had the speeding and stuff, so. And thanks to all our PVSO people. We really owe them, I mean, crime is down. That means something. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Next up, we have the presentation regarding Highland Elementary School Safety Program, the patrol trip to Washington, D.C. Christian Collar, Safety Patrol sponsor, is here to address us, I believe. Do we have some folks from Highland? Anybody? There they
Yep,
come. There's
come
young
out.
folks. They look like they go to Highland. It does say Highland. Hi. How are you? Good, good, good. Hi. Good evening. Say your names and where you're from, and you've got
Christian
3
Kaler,
minutes.
17 South
10
Lakeside
minutes.
Drive, Highland Elementary, A and 7th Avenue.
You live in the city?
Yes,
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
commissioners, mayor, and interim city manager. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please
Thanks for
speak
having
into
us
the
tonight.
microphone. Thank you.
Speak a little bit more into the mic. You
pull
can
it
bring it
toward
down to you. Pull it towards you.
There you
There
go.
So we're here this evening just to try and solicit some funds for our annual Washington DC Safety Patrol trip, which will be in March. We take approximately 50 students to Washington DC to see the Capitol. These students fulfill community service. We do car washes, popcorn sales, dress down on Friday for $1. And we do various civic duties around the community. They also help to maintain order in the school. As you can see, we have 2 safety patrols this evening that are going to speak their piece. But we're just asking for a little funding from commissioners, mayors, anyone else in the community that would like to help them to fulfill this dream of going to Washington DC and see the Capitol, which is a Palm Beach County tradition, Florida tradition of safety patrols.
Which I think every school child in this country should get a trip to Washington to see what it's like, because it means it's so remarkable, right?
Great. All right, write the check. All right.
If I had it, I would write it.
But
So
anyway,
le-
we just brought a few of them today, just to talk to you. And this is Ms. Crespo. She's the 5th grade sponsor. I'm just another person. We have our assistant principal here this evening. Ms. Martinez, who also went to Highland Elementary. She grew up on D Street. She's now the assistant principal of Highland Elementary on A Street. So she's a success story from our community. She also was a safety patrol, correct? Yeah, she was.
As was I.
And then we have a few others, faculty and staff from our school here and parents. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk
Yeah,
tonight.
few questions. You said 50, 51 kids you're trying to get?
How many are you planning on?
Yeah, we're taking 50 kids,
Okay, how much does it cost each child?
$1,100.
Okay. How many, and now you're from Highland?
Yeah, my name is Mrs. Crespo, and I'm a 5th grade teacher, and I'm also the sponsor.
Yep. But we have Highland, we have a few, here's my thought, we have a few schools in town that will need the same kind of help. So we can't be too generous with one and not with the other. So what I'm going to do is take a look at how many schools with, it's north grade, south grade,
North
Bart.
grade, South grade, and
Bart.
Barton. All
So
right,
4 of us, 4 of your schools. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of my discretionary funds, divide it evenly among the 4 schools. We don't have a lot of money, but we will do what we can. And I think it's a wonderful program, and I thank you all. And I know how hard it is to raise that kind of money for our kids.
you,
So
Mayor. We appreciate it.
let's, we should put this on Facebook. We should, get this out, because really, all of our kids need this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we have some youngsters that want to address us tonight.
It's one of my 5th grade students here.
Just give us your name.
My name is Luz Emily. I'm in the 5th grade.
Talk a little bit closer to the mic.
My name is Luz Emily. I'm in 5th grade.
And your safety patrol?
Yeah, I am here. The reason I'm here today is to see if you guys can sponsor my school, so that way me and my friends can go to Washington and see the Capitol.
I think that's a really good idea. How about you? You got something to say? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You wouldn't be here if you didn't.
Tell them your name.
My name is Aaliyah. I'm here today to see if y'all could sponsor my school so we could like go on the Washington D.C. trip, and like all of the safety patrols and all of my friends can go.
How has your success been in the past? Have you been able to fund your kids pretty much?
Yeah, we go out to the community and we ask for sponsors. We do fundraisers.
Right, and they fly up now, no more train?
Yeah, we fly. And then some of the parents also help.
Right.
And then, but we have a larger community that they need
They
the
need it.
help.
How many nights do they stay in Washington?
We stay 2 nights, 3 days. We fly from Palm Beach International. And then they tour as soon as we get
Oh, that's
there.
wonderful. Smithsonian,
We
Capitol.
leave at 6 in the morning and we get there by 9 or 8:39 and get on the bus and we start touring the city.
I love it. Yeah,
for
really.
3 days.
I don't think you understand what it is until you've actually seen those giant buildings and really understand that it's not just us out in the community. There's a place that this, hopefully, that they operate more or less in Washington.
It's an educational
It's a wonderful
experience for the
education.
children.
Oh, fabulous.
Because we talk about it at school, we study it in social studies, we read about it, they see it in videos, but when they get there
Oh,
and they're able to live it and see it, it's like, wow.
the Lincoln Memorial, walking into that, yep.
And the previous year, they were able to go into the White House, which that's an opportunity
Oh. My
for some
goodness.
of them that is,
Oh.
it's just beautiful. It's an
Yeah.
educational.
It makes you feel like an
Being in
American.
America, absolutely.
Right.
Washington is beautiful.
Well, thank you for your time. I encourage my fellow commissioners to ante up some funds from their discretionary funds or wherever they can get it.
Thank you. We would
And
greatly
we'll be in
appreciate
touch.
it.
So we should have a way to get in touch with you when this
Yes,
is done.
we could call the school
Okay.
directly.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to mail a check, they can mail it directly to the school and say it's for the safety patrol.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Good
having
work,
us.
girls. You were very brave talking and great for being a patrol. Ms. May, did you have a question? Oh, and I see
Two things.
Mr.
I actually taught fifth grade for 1,000,000 years, and I've done the safety patrol trip, and it's fabulous. I do. But one of the things that we did when I was doing it, we had a relationship with a bank, and we had the bank come and open an account for the kids, and their parents had to commit to putting $20 in a month. So it taught them saving, delayed gratification, how to balance their books, all of those skills. We kind of added it in with the safety patrol trip, and then we matched, at what they didn't have at the end of it. So just a suggestion maybe for next year, because that really worked out well for us. And it also gave them that feeling of, we're supporting our kids too. We're not just asking everybody else. And I think it is important that we do realize that all 4 of our schools are in the exact same position. So we want to make sure that as many kids from Lake Worth Beach get to go to Washington DC as we can possibly make happen.
So now we are
Yep.
calling out to all of the people in
That's
this
right.
room
Yep.
and
So
all of the friends at sea.
it will be wonderful. You guys are going to love it, and I will help make that happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So if anybody wants the phone numbers of
Oh.
the school, it's 561-202-0500.
Mr. Diaz?
Mr. K, last year I had to let you down because I blew through my discretionary budget, but I specifically saved
But it
this
was for a very
time.
good cause.
Yeah, it was for good causes. So I can sponsor 2 kids this round. But also I wanted to bring up that we have an education task force, and this might even be a good role for our business advisory board that we'll figure out reaching out for all the schools because I think it is really important.
It's
so.
wonderful.
Good cause.
Too bad you can't get a
you
grant
so
for that
much.
sort of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you so much and have a wonderful holiday. You got a week off next, almost 2 weeks off.
Yeah, 2 weeks, right?
Relax, have a great time. Yeah. I think the teachers are more excited than the kids, actually. So don't forget our kids that need this trip to Washington. Thank you so much. Okay, now we have public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, we
Yes,
have the proclamation for the 110th
Oh my
anniversary.
gosh, the ladies. Our ladies, I forgot. Don't forget the ladies. Our next proclamation is regarding the Women's Club of Lake Worth. And if you ladies want to come up, it would be lovely to see you. Ooh, they have T-shirts. Oh, stop. Don't make me, behind every great, I'm reading it, I'm not being fresh, I'm reading your T-shirt. Behind every great woman is another great woman. I love it. Thank you. Okay, whereas the Women's Club of Lake Worth, founded in the spring of 1914, just a year after our city was founded, soon after the chartering of Lake Worth, began with 14 pioneering women committed to bettering their community, with Mrs. H.W. Connor serving as its first president. And whereas over the past 110 years, the Women's Club of Lake Worth has made a profound and positive impact through the sustained involvement in worthy projects and unwavering support to the community in which we reside. And whereas this remarkable 110-year journey has been marked by numerous achievements, including supporting local and state charities, advancing educational programs, advocating for social justice, and environmental sustainability. And whereas the Women's Club of Lake Worth continues to build on its rich history and remains a beacon of hope and a catalyst for positive change within our community. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim that the City of Lake Worth Beach proudly recognizes and commends the Women's Club of Lake Worth for its 110 years of dedicated service and invaluable contributions to the betterment of our community, and commemorates the 110th anniversary of the Women's Club of Lake Worth, Florida. In witness, I have had my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed on the 17th day of December, 2024. Thank you so much, ladies. It's so great you to keep this up. You want to get a photo?
Watch Chris's cord.
I love that T-shirt. Is that for the Women's Club?
No, you guys are the guests of honor. And all you can come down
We're just gonna move this for one second.
All right, everyone, right here. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, one more.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, Carol, you want to say a word? Father, would you like to say a word?
Marlene Glass is our president, and I am the vice president of the Women's Club, and we've been that for probably 5 years now.
It's like, once you make a commitment, there's no end.
But we
Need
want
term
to,
limits.
we want to remain a vital part of Lake Worth Beach. We have many projects. We're looking for a legacy project sometime this year to have a permanent stamp of recognition for the Women's Club, and it's 110 years. We're going to have a little celebration in January at the Finnish Center, so we will send out invitations so that you can come and celebrate with us, because we're very proud of all the work that we do for the city.
Well, thank you very much for your involvement, ma'am.
Yes, no, we're just in awe of all the women that came before us, and we want to continue doing good for our community, our state, and it's also a national, international organization as well. So,
If someone wanted to join you, what would they do?
well, it's always posted in the Lake Worth Herald.
Right.
It happens to be my personal cell phone number, and if you see the little ad, Helen Green always puts it in the paper.
She's the best.
And if you see the phone number, just please call, and we would be happy to invite you to our, meeting. We're looking for new members.
We always are looking for new groups, right?
Right.
We meet the second Wednesday of the month at 9:30 in the morning. We look forward to having more people join us because we're getting old. So we hope some young people join us as well.
We know,
Well, they-
we know it's difficult because it is a morning meeting.
Yeah.
And people that, younger people that work, it's difficult for them to come, but we do welcome new members, and anything, even if they can't come to a meeting, they can still participate in our activities that we do.
One of the things about this city is the relationship that we have with each other. If you were at the Christmas parade and you were downtown Saturday night. We are a community. And so to get to know, like with the witches that we have, right, we just get to know each other. You just get to know each other better. And I think that's what builds that's one of the things that makes this a very rich community, is that fabric of our people. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, too. Thank you all.
Thank you for having us.
I got advice years ago, make younger friends. I understand that the older I get. Okay. Now, public participation of non-agenda items. And the consent, we don't have a consent agenda tonight. Woo-hoo. Okay. Todd Townsend.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Just wanted to talk about a couple of little things here. We're doing a lot of stuff now. It's really hasty decisions causing problems. A few months ago, Commissioner Malega asked the mayor there, why is everything happening so fast? We're doing 16 years of worth of work in 60 days. I'll try to answer that later. Our haste is causing us different problems. We've got this big WMOTA project, and we're fudging around the details on the second half of the project, sacrificing the public to forward that project. Meanwhile, we're happy to just watch the bubbles go by. The CRA just bought that Pocket Park area, and they're just like, oh, that's ours. We do with it what we want. You people do not matter. And then we got a commissioner noting a few invasives in that area that could be made into this beautiful natural area. It's just like, no, just tear that down. Get on board with this project. On top of that, I think that we have to redo the study, the parking study, to incorporate the ADU, because the ADU is density, and that goes along with parking. And the density should go to the public first, because density equals money. And if we give that away to our billionaire friends, there's not going to be space to put the public in there. Also, why have we not gotten back to slowing down the speed limit on Dixie now that they're getting ready to pave it? And what about the pool? We've been asking for a pool, not a kiln, but we're getting a kiln. Are we going to be paying? We're paying out a lot of money for a lot of different stuff. Are we going to have to be bonded to get this pool? I mean, there's so much stuff going on here that it's just it's really confusing. It's not very cool. And so lastly, I just think that hushing the public is just not the way to go, and it's not working. Sorry.
Thank you. Folks, no. We have a lot on the agenda tonight, so we're going to keep our emotions to ourselves. Robert Sutherland, who has great printing. You have wonderful printing.
I used to teach also, so
Oh,
I
okay.
can read just about anything.
Really, it's the
but I
most legible
appreciate
thing I've
reading-
seen in a
reading
long
clearly.
time. Thank you.
Robert Sutherland from 315 7th Avenue South. This is a kind of a follow-up from 2 weeks ago. I'm the pigeon crap
Oh, yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And I didn't realize the 3 minutes rule I didn't know. And so I spent all the time talking about the damage it's doing to our property. But the greater risk are the health risks associated with all of this pigeon and rat crap. The research that I've done is anyone that lives within a 2 or 3 block radius of this feeding site is at risk for some potentially lethal, very serious illnesses. And I'm going to make note that the little handyman that does work for everybody in the area who had a lot of health issues, but he died this summer from a respiratory infection that they could not clear up at JFK Hospital. And he had been working the month before painting at a house that was one house removed from where this feeding site is.
Could you put your phone number on that card when you're done?
Coincidence? Maybe, but maybe not. So my concern is, as we work with Captain Karn, who's been great, and Commissioner Diaz, and someone from our condo board has gone to City Hall to start the process of an ordinance against feeding the pigeons. But my concern is, if I asked anyone in this room that this was going on within the area of where they lived, I would think they would want to know about it. Just potentially, if they get sick and they end up going to the hospital, my guess is the hospital isn't going to be checking for all these oddball pigeon and rat inflicted diseases. So what can the city do? The Board of Health finally called me today after a letter of November 4th, and I think that has to do with you, Commissioner Diaz, our conversation yesterday. I don't think it was coincidental. Captain Karn has been great, very responsive, and called right away. My concern is, what can you do, when I say you, the city, in notifying the residents that live within a 2 or 3 block area that they're being exposed to a potential health risk, and they should know about it.
Okay. Could you put your phone number on this card?
Sure.
Thank you. Dan Volker?
Oops, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners,
Just as neat as.
Beautiful.
am I talking about the parking or about the beach nourishment?
Well, parking, I
This
guess.
is about parking. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment about this. I would just like to say, I think everyone in this room is pretty well aware that the voice of the
You
people.
have to say your name and your address
I'm
first,
sorry.
sir.
Dan Volker, 421 South Lakeside Drive, long-term Lake Worth resident. I believe the people of Lake Worth have said very clearly that we love the way that the town has its own charm where people get to pull their car right up to it. And I don't believe anybody who's a resident wants the town to develop to become another Delray or Miami Beach or any other place. They want it to keep the Lake Worth charm. And I would probably be asking the commission to, instead of moving forward with this museum concept that I doubt that the public wants, maybe a workshop where you actually reach out and get a better handle, focus group type handle on what people actually want, because I know you guys want to be the voice of the people and that you don't want to do something that virtually a vast majority of the residents do not want.
Thank
That's all
you.
I'd like to say about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Ramsey McLeod. And up next, after that, is Anthony Zeitlin. And after that, Peggy Fisher.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. So let's talk about that Christmas parade we just had. What happened this year? The parade seems smaller and less organized than it has been in the past. There was a gap so large that I was sitting at the post office and a bunch of people that were with me, they thought the parade was over and started to leave. And I was like, no, there's a big finale. Santa comes in on the fire truck. You can't miss that. So they stayed. Well, then when the parade finally started up again, they had the cars, which were really cool. So the kids loved that. And there was just a stream of golf carts, which came along, ending with PBSO officers on 2 ATVs with the lights flashing. Even with that long break, the parade was over by 7 p.m. None of the participants that came down, the Lake Worth High School band didn't stop and play a tune. None of the dance troops stopped to perform. It was like people were just walking through. And why was there so many Santas in the parade? Our parade is similar to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. The only Santa that shows up is the last guy in the biggest float to come down, and everybody's all excited. It's like the big kickoff for the Christmas season. We didn't have that. Our parade ended with a thud. Many of the children sitting in my area, they seemed very confused by all the Santas. They just didn't get what was going on. And if city staff knew that they weren't going to be able to get the fire truck from the county for this year, then why didn't they take one of the trucks that the Public Works guys decorated at the end of the parade and put Santa on that? At least you'd have some kind of ta-da at the end. And it was just really lame, and there was no excitement to the end of it. It just kind of ended, like I said, with a thud. All in all, it appeared to be very poorly organized and managed. And I think that people having the most fun were the city staff from Public Works and the utility departments, who did a great job of putting all the effort in to make their vehicles look so awesome. So kudos to them for doing such a great job. They were the hit of the parade, as far as I'm concerned. Unfortunately, I'm not the only one who made the same kind of observations that I had. I heard that from many others when I joined them at Day's Last Resort after the parade. Everyone just really seemed to be let down about how our parade went this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Zeitlin. finished, then Peggy Fisher.
Good evening, bureaucrats.
Name and address first,
Anthony
please.
Zeitlin, 2410 North Lakeside Drive.
Thank you.
This city is a mess. I've grown up here. I lived here my entire life, and I'm embarrassed, honestly. How long have you guys been up here for?
We don't answer questions.
Oh, okay.
This is public
Oh, then you're not going to
comment.
tell me where she is, obviously. You were late today.
Sir, you're being extremely personally rude,
Oh,
and that's
sorry,
really
sorry.
not
I'm
what
very
we do
pissed
here.
off Because there was just a double murder down the road here, and it seems like everybody's in great.
All right, sir, you address,
It's a great
sir,
time.
sir,
I'm
you
not
need to.
addressing you, I'm addressing you,
You need
Mayor.
to address the commission.
My point is that everybody doesn't seem to give a shit. What's going on here? There were just 2 people murdered. Has this ever happened? Has this happened on Clematis recently or Atlantic Avenue? Why are we not doing anything about this? The police want to enforce law and order, right? So why aren't we letting them? Oh, sorry, you don't answer questions, sorry. Also, the potholes, what is going on here? I see that there's they're doing stuff on the main road. Drive down North Ocean Breeze. I can't even drive my car. I can't even drive my car down the road there because there's so many potholes. I try to go over Lake Worth Bridge, and there's a huge divot there. I don't know if you heard about this, but there was just 2 gentlemen that were not murdered. They were killed in a very fast car because they hit a dip going 100 miles an hour. If somebody hits that, they're going to go right off the bridge, or they're going to crash, or something like that. And even worse, they could kill somebody else. It's right by Bryant Park. What is going on with the city? I got 30 seconds. I would love to know where she is. I don't know what's going on.
It's
here.
Commissioner Malega,
Right, it looks like Vice Mayor.
or
Where is
Vice
she?
Mayor Malega.
No answer, okay. Well, I'm curious. I'm honestly very upset because it seems like nobody's doing anything. By the way, I counted at least 6 homeless people right outside this wall. On the other side of this wall, they have all their phones charging in here. They're charging their phones right now, I assume browsing the internet. Why isn't anybody doing anything about that? My time is up.
Thank you, sir. Up next is Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. I'll just say I, for one resident of the city, care deeply about the people that lost their lives, and I know many other people sitting in this audience feel the same way. And sometimes you have no ability to stop it, and all you can do is hold the people that were hurt in your heart and pray for them. And I think many of us have. I came up here to say a year ago, a little over a year ago, the then commission, we've had a change since then, took it upon themselves by a vote of 3-2 to fire our city manager. I'm asking what is being done, although I appreciate all the work Mr. Brown has done. I know he would like to get back to his normal day-to-day job. And I'd like someone to say, what is the city doing about hiring a firm to do a search for a new city manager? I think we're probably another year away from completing that, and if we keep putting it off, it's not going to be to our benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any non-agenda item cards to be read?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great, all right. So now we have approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes?
And do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now, we have moved an item from unfinished business to now, as a courtesy, and it's the Town of Palm Beach renourishment issue, which was unfinished business B.
Good evening, Mayor Betty and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Moore. I reside at 277 Pendleton Avenue in the town of Palm Beach, and I am currently the mayor of the beautiful town of Palm Beach. I'm only here in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, and to convey how important it is to the town of Palm Beach that we work well with our neighboring municipalities. I know that Patricia was here last month, and I thought I'd accompany her this month. As she told me, she needed to be escorted from the building, so I thought I would come and.
You're the woman to do it.
Patricia's actually the woman, and we also have Jason DeBrinket here from Public Works. So I'm merely here to extend season's greetings and a spirit of cooperation and collaboration between our municipalities. Mayor Betty and I have been friends for a little while now and work very well together, and I hope we can continue to do so. So I'm going to turn it back over to Patricia and go sit down.
I certainly hope we can find a solution to this naughty problem.
We have other naughty problems too, Mayor Betty.
Patricia Strayer, Town Engineer for the Town of Palm Beach. I'm just simply here to answer your questions.
I don't know where to start. Okay. I'm just going to briefly, we found out after we took the vote, we were unaware of the 2009 referendum. However, and we were accused of making an illegal vote. However, that 2009 referendum, as it turns out, was in fact, could be called illegal because there was a 1935 statute that would override it. And I'm looking at legal to help me on this one. So we stand here now with, I think, a decision or just a situation with, at this point in time, and I guess we need to get a little bit of sense of where you are at with what the next step would be. Because as it is, the 2009 referendum is, according to the 1935 statute, essentially moot. There was no homework done. When they did the 2009, they didn't do the research to see if anything else was there. So that, it's an oversight. So now we have, as I understand it, and jump in anytime if I'm wrong. You want to take it
I
from
wanted
here?
to have our city attorney, Elizabeth, kind of jump in real quick.
Sure.
Don't get too far into this.
Let me clarify that a little bit. So there was a referendum in 2009, and the city electors voted to amend the charter to prohibit beach renourishment projects on the city of Lake Worth Beach, and also to prohibit access through the city of Lake Worth Beach to other municipalities to perform beach renourishment projects.
Could you talk a little bit
Sure.
higher into the mic?
Sure.
Thanks.
To perform beach renourishment projects on their beaches. So that referendum did pass, and it, for some reason, did not get transmitted into the charter, but it has now. The 1935 legislation is what carved out the city of Lake Worth Beach as part of, or as a municipality within the county, and it excludes 10 feet between the mean high water mark and the city's boundaries. And that 10 feet is within the town of Palm Beach, and that is so that their beaches north and south of the city can be contiguous. They can touch because municipality borders have to touch. And so that is how the legislature cleverly allowed the town of Palm Beach to maintain its borders. So State of Lake Worth Beach, the referendum is a valid referendum, and it just doesn't include that 10 feet that is not within the city.
Madam Mayor?
So let me just.
Well, I have an item that directly relates to that.
Okay,
And
let staff go forward. Okay, let's not jump ahead.
This
So
would
at the,
not be
sir,
jumping ahead, it
sir,
relates
sir,
directly. So
please, let's take a deep breath. So in terms of reality, because that's what we're trying to deal with here, what does this mean at this point in the first flush? I mean, does this mean that the town of Palm Beach can take their trucks and drive up and down our beach? Okay. Does that mean that the town of Palm Beach wants to drive up and down our beach? The havoc that would cause is of great concern. I have a question about, even if you have the ability, on that 1935 reference to do that, what, if any, permits would they have to get to do that? Because I can see our beach being ruined by that many trucks going up and down our beach. So I'm a little, that's my question, I guess.
So I can try to answer that. First of all, we would prefer not to drive using the town incorporated property through Lake Worth Beach. And that's why we reached out starting in February to ask for an agreement with the town, with the city, so that we could access the south portion of town of Palm Beach with the agreement.
And that's
that
when our
we laid
staff
out.
started talking to your
Right.
staff.
But at this point in time, we are so far down the process and the contract's been awarded, we are ready to start investigating how we utilize that 10 feet and truck the sand to the south portion of the beach.
Do you understand the reaction that my citizens will have if you try to do that?
We have town incorporated property.
I know you're anxious to speak. Please just give me a
But
second.
it relates
Please.
extremely directly to
Mr.,
the
I'm sure it
legal
does,
content.
and we will, I'm talking to our attorney right now, who I trust as our attorney. So if the city, I mean, it's a horrendous prospect. I think you can understand that. And I think it would be on some level, easy if you, well, we're allowed to do it, so we're just going to do it and screw your beach, which is not exactly a neighborly approach. And one which whether or not you have that 10-foot easement, I have gotten a lot of comments from my citizens that that would be something they would have a problem with. So I don't want to get into a giant public legal front page, are people laying on the beach, blocking your trucks, you ruining our beach, essentially. So that's essentially our concerns. So Mr. Mavoy has a comment or a question.
It's a clarification of the legality here.
Have you given this to our city attorney before tonight?
I am going to give you.
Well, not before the meeting tonight? You did not give her this to prepare her?
This is from the backup that was provided yesterday.
I haven't seen this.
What I would like the city attorney to do.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, we can't hear you.
You can't just walk, please speak in the mic.
You can read either from the backup or this is just, yes, it is in the backup. If you read the text, if you start at the third line, this is from the backup, the 1935 legislation. Would you be willing to read it, Madam Attorney, or would you like me to?
You
Either way.
you don't need to read it. Let's.
Okay, but I would read it out loud because it's critical up until.
Give us some context. You've given us, just give us some context. What is this?
I think if you read it,
Well, it
then I
starts
will
with of
explain
the
the-
north, it's describing time, it's describing place,
okay,
right?
what it does, it extends a line, this is the definition of the boundary of the city of Lake Worth. If you follow this is survey language, which Ms. Strayer is certainly familiar with. It starts at Lake Avenue, the old Lake Avenue, and runs straight east, goes to the Atlantic Ocean, 10 foot up from the mean high water line, and then the next piece is critical. It turns south. It turns south for 350 feet. And then it turns back west to the Lake Worth Lagoon and follows the meander of the lagoon edge. City manager, what is the length approximately of our beach?
You have it here on this little diagram.
I do.
Right, so why give a
The
pop quiz?
length of
Why don't
our
you say it?
beach.
1,400 feet.
Very good. I got 1,360, same difference. This 1935 document, legislation, gives Palm Beach 350 feet long of access, less than a fourth of the length of our beach. So at this point, we do not have any legal evidence that the city of, the town of Palm Beach has 1,360 feet of length that is theirs. It may be that it is, I can't say that, but this backup that we have definitely does not give the town the full length. It is the reason that I.
No, we're not doing that tonight. We're not, please. Folks,
The
Really?
reason that I provided this document, which I have it electronically if somebody wants to put it up on the thing. The top diagram is following that written description. Runs east, goes 350 feet south, follows the south boundary of the casino property, and if you look where the casino is, that looks about right, goes back, and the rest of the beach is not included in that 1935 legislation. It's just not in there. The second image below is the boundary of our beach property according to the property appraisers, the county property appraisers. And what you see on that is that the line from the north part of our property down to the pier is in fact indented from the ocean, probably that 10-foot. Below the pier, it goes out to the water's edge. It's not quite the same as the 350 feet, so there may be some other purchase of land that have happened, but it is very clear that at this point in time in this discussion, we do not have any indication that says that the town of Palm Beach has a strip that runs the length of our beach.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So it would have been actually more helpful if our city attorney had it before the meeting tonight. I don't like to broadside folks.
The
And I think
backup,
and I
the
think
text was there. I simply illustrated it.
Well, you obviously making a point about it, so it would have been, all I'm saying, it would have been helpful and friendly, but that's another story. So I think this is interesting, and I think that if we need to take a look at that. So my suggestion is, given this, and given the fact that there's a lot going on with this, you're not going to start, are you going to start driving trucks on our beach?
So our first step
Yeah,
is to survey and outline the property.
okay.
So we are in the process, and we didn't initiate anything until after tonight. We will be in the process of a certified land surveyor taking our charter, which includes language as well,
Okay,
and we will go out there and stake the property
okay.
to identify what's in our charter that says it is incorporated. And one thing I do want to clarify, we use the word easement, it's not an easement. It's
Right.
incorporated town
Which
property.
is so bizarre. Those wacky 1935 people. So I think, you can pull sand out of, your plan is to pull sand out of the ocean and bring it up to Crozier Park, and it can sit there for a while.
It goes north of Kurzler Park, and yes, it could be stockpiled.
Which we don't want
But
that,
our-
but I understand,
Our contract is set, we have the trucking contract awarded, and we only have a short period of time because of turtles. We've all seen the impacts to the beaches due to, last weekend is a really good example. So we're suffering impacts to the dunes that protect the seawalls as we speak due to the northeasterners and the erosion of the sand.
Okay, which, interesting, very interesting, sorry to hear that, but a bunch of trucks on our beach is going to do a lot worse than some storm.
The
Okay.
sand, the beach renourishment does feed Lake Worth Beach as well.
Subtly, yes, but not if you're going to drive 1,000 trucks up and down our beach.
It will be
It's-
repaired and restored to like or better conditions.
Well, okay. All right, so what my suggestion is, and
I know.
my suggestion is that we have our city, thank you, Mr. McCoy. We have our city attorney, have your attorneys look at it, get back, have a cup of coffee, try to figure this out. Because I don't think anyone in my little town wants your trucks driving up and down our beach. And if there's a way that we can avoid it. Now, we do have, there's one other possible solution, which is, I don't even want to bring it forward, which would be to say to the 2009 referendum, are you overridden by this state statute? I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Because if in fact it nullifies part of what that referendum was, we need to know that. So my suggestion is we all take a deep breath, no decisions made tonight, don't start driving on our beach. I'll get you if you do. I will have all my people laying on you need to sit down, sir.
We'd be driving on our beach.
Oh, fine. But you'll be running over my people on your beach. Okay, so would you like to lifeguard our beach? Would you like to care for our beach? Would you like to scrape our beach? If that's your beach, you might be willing to take care of it for us.
Well, we do believe we contribute to the health of your beach.
I'm not, but it's a valid point, though. So we need to figure this out in a way that doesn't bring the media and the anger and the frustration and really very, very, as you can well imagine, the reaction from our citizens has been extreme because the thought of it is hideous. part of me wishes we could just go back to what we voted on 2 weeks ago, which really seems like the lesser of two evils. And I think that I'm asking our attorneys to look at that concept as well. So if we can just take a deep breath.
Oh, sure.
Bring this back, have our staff work with your staff, have us talk, and figure it out from there. And so
Time is
I'm-
of the essence.
Yeah, no, I
and
understand. That's why
we're eager to
Right.
work with you as amicably as possible.
You know,
We do
how
not
many
want
people
to do-
lay on that beach? Just saying. So I'm not encouraging it, I'm just saying, we've been told. So in terms of our comments, I think if we could just like not and come back and staff will keep us in touch with what's going on. And would you like to say something? You look like.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
go ahead.
I do want to say things. It's really unfortunate to be in this situation. I think we can work out things amicably. Where we're at right now, though, doesn't really seem favorable. I mean, because, I think in other issues, we should be working together very well, and I think we can do that. This particular situation, we're at just a tough crossroad, as you know, and I disagree with your interpretation of your right to cross. You can come up here and say it confidently, but we all know that's debatable, right? And we don't want it to get to that point. But also beyond that, and beyond the legality and whether or not you have a right to do this, there's also the practical side of it, and it's just not favorable, I think, to you all to do it this way, not just because you're going to anger our residents, but you put our pier at risk for physical damage. But also, it's just not practical, right? You can't drive 14-yard dump trucks underneath our pier. You just don't have the space. And even if it did fit, I don't think a 3-axle, 14-yard truck loaded with sand is going to maneuver very well over wet sand. And then on top of that, you won't be able to do that to ensure the safety of our beachgoers. Our beach is not like your beach. We don't really our off season is still a very active season for us. A lot of people use our beach all year round. They're gonna be there. I mean, it's not like you're gonna hire crossing guards. You're effectively cutting them off from the water. To me, that could probably be interpreted as a takings, right? And it's not really a great. It's just not a great look. And on top of that, in order to fit under, even if you could get a tracked vehicle or something that could fit underneath our pier, that would just prolong the work. And I don't think you'll be able to effectively do what you need to accomplish on the south end in a timely manner. I think it's just, when you look at options, and then, whether or not our referendum is null, the bottom line is our community voted tremendously in favor of that sort of thing. And I wouldn't expect you to go to your community and say, hey, I know this is how you strongly feel about it, and we're gonna not follow through with it. I mean, that's just not gonna be a great thing. And I just feel like mistakes were made. Clearly, this isn't a great situation. Stakes were put out on our beach, and I know your town doesn't even like to stake your own beaches to mark sea turtle nests, right? Because of how that looks and how that's
No,
interpreted.
that's not true. Fish and
And-
Wildlife doesn't allow you to stake all the turtle nests because they don't want them to be disturbed. So they stake a certain number of them, but they
A certain
don't-
number, right, but
They
not all.
don't stake all of them
Okay.
and we do not limit how many turtle nests they stake.
Okay, well, either way, I mean, this,
I guess I just want to address I don't want everybody to walk away tonight thinking two things. One, that we're rushing to do this, or two, that we can't do it. We've looked at the width under the pier, and we've also looked at another situation on the west side of the state where similar thing has been done. So engineering-wise, we are looking at and do believe it can be done. So I know what you just described might give everybody a feeling that we can't do it even if we wanted to do it, and I just don't want everybody to think that. But I want you to know that the whole reason we reached out on February 6th is because we don't want to do it. But we're in a situation now that hopefully we can work together with staff and we can come up with an alternative that both of us can live with.
And I understand, that's what the interlocal agreement was doing. That was our effort. That's why I voted for it, to try and find a softer blow, if you will. But at this point, especially with the referendum, I do feel confidently that other alternatives you should be looking at is other access through that you've used previously, like through your condos on the island. I mean, I think at this
More
point,
expensive, right?
I think all available alternatives need to be considered, right, at this point. And I do hope we have, we as in our staff has more amicable meetings, because I do think we can work our way out of this. But, you have to understand what you're asking at this point. It's a little unreasonable. I mean, the surfers alone are going to be pretty angry if this happens. So, to say the least, if you should see our emails. But, I do think we can work our way out of this. I think we can find things, but I think you're going to have to broaden the alternatives that you're looking into, realistically.
Ms. May?
Hi. I know you were like, oh my God, I got to go back there.
Don't make
Okay,
me.
I have two questions. So the first one is, you believe that you can get underneath the pier?
Yes, I do.
Would you have to
Using the
dig?
10-foot, but wouldn't you run right into the pier?
No, it's wide enough, the span is wide enough, but the first thing we need to do is survey the property. We need
Okay,
to
how long
survey
does the survey take if you started it tomorrow?
Maybe a week.
So theoretically, you could start in 2 weeks. Merry Christmas. Is that
Well,
theoretically?
No, theoretically, we had always expected to start in January.
Right.
We don't have enough sand stockpiled to actually start moving the sand south of Lake Worth yet.
Okay.
So we're 2 to 3 weeks away from having enough sand stockpiled to even start the issue. We can stockpile the sand for months if we have to, but we
Okay,
need to work together.
That's good to know, yeah.
yeah.
My other question is, and I've spoken with the mayor of Lantana, and she informed me that, and you have used that access point before, and that she was more than willing and actually wants you to use their access point.
So-
Although I know she said that she wants you to re-nourish their beach as well, which would be more expensive, but you're getting the money from the federal government anyway.
So, two things. The 8 million from the federal government is only a portion of the cost of the total project. The total project is $18 million. That's including the truck hauling and the bringing the material out of the borrow area and pumping it onto the beach. So the 8 million from FEMA is a portion of the project. It's not the total amount. We have never used Lantana. Lantana, we've worked on a cooperation agreement with them the last time and could not come to final terms. Right now, their beach is fairly eroded, and being able to get over the seawalls onto a dry beach might not be possible right now.
When was the last time you looked at their beach? Because I've heard they actually have a pretty big beach right now.
Over
No?
the weekend.
This past weekend?
No, I was
Okay.
going to say, over the weekend, there was quite a bit of deterioration. Our consultant is supposed to go look at their beach tomorrow.
So are you looking at alternatives?
Of course we are.
How seriously are you looking at
Yeah, right.
alternatives?
We're looking at all of them.
Okay, so
seriously.
what about not necessarily between the two condos that you used in the past? What about other condos?
There's not enough room, and one of the reasons we're not going back to the condo in the past, and we use, the cost for restoration included structural
Yeah.
monitoring. And they have a structural engineer that has said that there is structural impacts to the condo from using that pathway. So between the restoration, which I gave a reporter last week, the total restoration was $151,000. Not all of that was for the work between the two condos, but the vast majority of it was, and we cannot go back between those condos. I know that there's a private access in South Palm Beach. That is private. They have never said yes to us. That's an option to go see if we can secure that.
We will help ask.
But remember
We have a lot of
remember-
people that'll help.
And I'm going to make a statement that the town has contiguous town chartered property. So just, you're asking the town to not
But
consider
just
that property.
because
You're asking the
hold
town
on,
to
just
do it.
because you can doesn't mean you should. And I really, we're talking about neighbors here. We're talking about a relationship that, I mean, we're going back to 1935, and we're going to be continuous neighbors. And I don't want to see that erode a relationship that could be really strong going on in the future. And I would be remiss and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you to consider every single other possibility. To have staff and our staff too help you, and because the last thing we want is trucks on our beach.
I understand.
I know. I mean, I wish I knew the answer. I don't know the answer, but I can tell you right now that the emails are not fun. And there's got to be another way besides that, because I honestly don't know that, and I'm not saying that as a threat at all. I'm honestly worried that you wouldn't be able to finish your project because of the protests.
I understand.
So I would really, really, really highly consider trying, find another way. And I'm not saying that I'm promoting protests in any way. But if they happen, I don't want you to not be able to do your project. So there's got to be another way to do this. Thanks.
I have a question. The structural engineer, was that the structural engineer that worked for the condo or for the town?
For the condo, and we reviewed the report.
Okay, because my concern, hearing that, my concern is what do those trucks do to our pier? The vibrations of all those trucks going underneath a pier, which is a very old pier.
And it crosses the charter of the town of Palm Beach.
Okay, fine. That's really not helpful, okay?
I'm just pointing
Well,
out
but it's
the
our, it's
same
our
that you were
property,
pointing
and we
out.
certainly, I don't think you would want to have the vibrations that are going to destroy our pier. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well. So,
If there was damage to the pier, would that be part of your replace and replenish and get back to the standard operating?
I think we would have to have legal advice on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to have-
so,
I
too.
think
We
our
got-
lawyers need
legal,
to
we need to
solve.
look that up too.
yeah, because, and you say you can renourish the beach, you can make it look, but it's, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I did, speaking of the pier, I did have William Waters, and speaking with him yesterday, we did pull all of the documents from the pier from 1954 and all the other stuff, so kind of foreseeing what might come up. We're already kind of going through that process, so just so you're aware.
Well, thank you.
We did find all those old documents,
Okay.
so.
All right, Mr. McVoy, your light's on. Do you have
Yeah.
another comment?
Yeah, I do. I want to reiterate very clearly what Commissioner May is saying is that, and let me ask a question to make sure we're on the same page. This sand that you would like to truck across the land that you assert is town of Palm Beach for the full length, is to restore dunes for South Palm Beach, is that correct?
No, it's for dunes in Palm Beach, town of Palm Beach. There's town of Palm Beach property, town of Palm Beach, incorporated town of Palm Beach abuts the south property line of town of Lake Worth, city of Lake Worth Beach.
Yeah.
So, but we are also restoring dunes in South Palm Beach.
Okay.
So we're doing both.
Okay,
If
so.
that was your question, I wasn't.
Thank you, that's a clarification. It's partly for South Palm Beach, it's partly for the town of Palm Beach. It seems to many of us who live here in Lake Worth that if this is serving South Palm Beach, it would be very reasonable to ask South Palm Beach to provide the access since they're getting the benefit.
Yeah.
We are not. So
We've asked that
I
be a
reiterate
possibility.
as absolutely clearly as possible what Commissioner May says, and I think her concern about your ability to meet the schedule, the fury of people in this town, they are very attached to their beach. They vote people out of office because of the beach. They will not have a problem camping on your property or right next to it or whatever. And I don't think it's going to expedite your process. So I would highly encourage you to look at the other ones. I would also ask our commission that we make sure that our legal team takes all steps needed. And one of them is look at whether the fact that a strip,
Oh, sure.
no, hold on, that a strip might be owned by another entity. I don't think that in any way moots the charter amendment that was passed here. And I'm seeing a confirmation from our attorney on that. But please verify that so we have that in writing. Another piece that we need to know is, can we legally, as a commission, override that charter and say, you know what, the least of evils is to run it over the south part of the beach? I don't believe we do, but I'm not an attorney. So we need a legal opinion. Can a commission override a charter? I don't think so, but we need to know, because you, Town of Palm Beach, needs to know what are the options. And again, pursue those South Palm Beach ones fully. It might not necessarily be that you run a truck between the condominiums. You might blow the stuff on a conveyor belt. You might blow it through a pipe. You might do a lot of other things.
We have looked at all those options prior to.
And I'm sure there's a cost differential. However, the public relations differential,
You still have to
Is
get the
big.
trucks on the beach. If you use a conveyor, you still have to get the trucks on the beach to move the sand up and down the beach. So using a conveyor doesn't resolve the problem of getting
no,
the
but you
trucks on the
could
beach.
get a certain amount of trucks, leave them on the beach, and their job is just to move stuff around. That's not the same as driving stuff up and down on our beach. That's a different issue. So the other thing that I want to make sure that our legal staff for our city looks into is, my understanding is that as a town that has beach, maybe not quite all the way to the water, but has a good deal of beach and has water that we have jurisdiction over, we have lifeguards that pay attention to it. I believe that we have both responsibility and authority for public safety on that collection, the sand part, the ocean part, and I think we're kind of obligated that if they're in the 10-foot stretch that doesn't belong to us, we're still obligated for their safety. And I would like a legal opinion. Can we legally allow something that we know to be unsafe to happen in our sphere of influence? I want us to have a legal opinion on that, because we have that responsibility, and clearly trucks and sunbathers and swimmers is not a
Bad
safe combination. Thank you.
I would have one more question before we close this out to our attorney. What consequences would there be if we held to the interlocal that we passed 2 weeks ago? Who would have standing? What would be, because it really is, I mean, right now, it seems like the best situation. I mean, I would love you to, please talk to South Palm. Find out if there's somebody down there. I mean, they're getting a benefit from it. But what would be the consequence if we did? So, and I know there's no answer to that, but I want to just take a look at it. Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful Christmas.
Final statement, we appreciate that we've had the vote, we had working with your staff has been wonderful. I hope we can figure something out. And it's our intent to work with you.
Yeah. Let's hope we can figure something out, because it's going to be ugly if you don't. I'm sure it will. All right. Good to see you both. Take care. Thank you very much, and have a good holiday.
Can we have them escorted out, please?
Yeah.
It's dark, and I like to make sure ladies get to their car. Oh, you have a gentleman with you.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Oh, that's so sexist. Ooh. Listen, Ms.
You just
Moore can
heard
take
the
care of
great women,
herself.
There's another great woman behind them.
Okay. Now, all right, we have quite a few cards about this issue. All of them saying essentially the same thing. We hate it. Don't let it happen. Does everybody do you all want to say this? We're, okay, Amy Michalik? Amy? Mikulik? Okay, thanks. David Sims? Won't wait till next time. And then Dan Volker? And then Catherine Montero.
David Sims, 715 North L. A few things about this. Even though they have a 10-foot strip, if they're going to get the sand they're going to have to go off this 10-foot strip, then that would mean they're going to our property. So couldn't that give us the right there to say no? That's one point. Another point is, this is an expensive for Palm Beach, but they're getting federal tax money to re-nourish a beach, and re-nourished sand on a beach doesn't last very long. You spend money to put sand on beach, and it doesn't stay very long. It washes away. You got to re-nourish it again. It's kind of a cost inefficient, kind of a wasteful thing to do. And there's an environmental impact also, and I'm not going to get into all that. I just have one suggestion. I wish the officials from Palm Beach were still here. Could they just dredge it out and put it on a barge and then just take it by boat along the water and then drop it off the barge? So you don't have to go on the beach at all? I mean, is that an option? She said she was looking into options. That's just my suggestion. Maybe they can consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Volker, followed by Catherine Montero.
Good evening, Dan Volker, 421 South Lakeside Drive. So, Commissioners, the discussion that you just had with the Palm Beach person, I'd like to suggest that you guys can be the good cops and the public can be the bad cops. I'm sure you're all remembering what happened with the Jonathan Dickinson State Park, where the Department of Environmental Protection's attempted to destroy the park and make a golf club out of it. You got an enormous immediate response from environmentalists. Over 45,000 people joined the Protect Jonathan Dickinson State Park group. I was part of the group that helped make that happen. As you also know, I was part of the industry for diving and tourism in Palm Beach County. And I can tell you right now, the area that they are talking about, every single time you do a beach renourishment, and right now where they're talking about, which is right off of the Phipps Park area, I think, is one of the main borrow areas are. The most beautiful reef we have in the entire state of Florida is Horseshoe Reef. It's about 1.5 miles out from Phipps Park. It's covered with hard corals and soft corals, and every single time you do a beach renourishment project that further south, like at Breakers, they would destroy huge tracts of Breakers Reef. It would be like a huge white cloud raining down sand and sediment like snow, covering the reef with inches. Now you're talking about, if you want to kill all the hard coral and a huge amount of the benthic life that lives on the reef in one of our most fantastic environmental treasures that the entire country has, then you allow beach renourishment. Now you guys are singularly involved in a situation where you might be able to shut down a beach renourishment project that should never have happened. There are environmental tragedies. It's an erosional zone. Once upon a time it was depositional. It isn't anymore. The beach needs to be where the beach wants to be. That's how nature is going to work it. And it's foolish for people to try to live on a beach. It just is.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you, Mr. Volker.
Thank you.
Todd Townsend, folks. Todd Townsend.
Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Would that you would have done all this diligence before you sold us down the river for $80,000?
Thank you. Up next is Catherine Montero, followed by Paniote. Catherine? She's left, okay. Panahote? Are you still here? He wrote something, but he's not here.
Do you want to read the
Yeah,
one?
fine, I've got it, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. We made history 15 years ago as a city that stood up against beach dredging and its impacts to biodiversity. We put it on the ballot and passed a charter amendment. Now it's time to honor that legacy. Thank you. Next up is Jill Carlin. Next, and then Peggy Fisher, and then Robert Goodenet.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue. And I really appreciate your investigation, Chris and Mimi, all of you, what you had to say, Ronaldo. It's inappropriate, and there are other solutions. And we actually have a geologist, a hydrogeologist in our town who can inform you very well as to what the possible solutions might be. So I think it's worthwhile to have a look at all of that stuff. And I think that it's an inappropriate activity for our city to, as Todd said, give away for $80,000. We always are giving away stuff for nothing in return. And we probably shouldn't be doing this for any reason whatsoever. As the environmental person who just spoke about, it contributes to the erosion of the beautiful resource of coral reef in our area. Just a little side note, I was in Europe recently, and I was with some people and I was showing them where I lived, and I was looking at a map, and you know what was on the map? It was a really old map of America, and there was Lake Worth was on the map.
Oh,
it was shocking.
100 years.
And the reason is because that particular, our little jut out is the closest point to the Bahamas. And there's a reason for all of that. And our geologist, the man I'm talking about, Lee Simmons, can give you a lot of information that could help in these kinds of decisions. So I hope you look into what he has to say. Thank you so much for your question.
Our dilemma. Thank you. Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. I appreciate all of you being tough to varying degrees on Palm Beach, some more polite than others. I will say that I think before the vote, some people did possibly know about the 2009 referendum. We did have a sitting commissioner who sued the city back in 2007 under a political action committee about rezoning the property to the beach and casino property. And that went on until 2009, the year of the referendum. So I don't think everybody's being fully upfront. One thing about the 1935 vote, which was 57 to 43 in terms of the voters of Lake Worth at that time, 57% to 43%. The city did not own the casino at that time. We leased it from Palm Beach. The building was actually part of the town of Palm Beach. So that referendum moved the casino building, which is probably why it says 350 feet, into the town of Palm Beach, less the 10 feet between the mean high water line and our city boundary. How we ended up getting the additional property that now we have at our beach, I don't know. I'm sure the lawyer will find out how that was obtained, but it was not our property in 1935.
I agree.
And that was just by doing some research and looking at some very interesting old Lake Worth Herald. Thank you to our
archives.
But I do think this has been built up a little bit bigger than it needed to be by certain individuals. And I'm tired of that attitude, whether it's this, whether it's other events or things that have happened in our city. Your job up there is not to grandstand for your own benefit. It is to benefit us.
Thank you, that's time.
I just would appreciate if you would do that.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Robert Goydenet? Robert, are you here? He wrote something. I'll read it if he's not here. Trucks will prevent enjoyment of the beach should only be permitted in non-tourist months and only at night. If at all, parking should not be decreased. Lake Worth revenues also, we need the pool. So up next then is Marie Goydenet. Oh, Marie Goydenet. She's not here either. The beach is for the Lake Worth people and their guests, including tourists. The trucks will deprive the enjoyment of the beach, unless they are allowed only at night or not after 7 a.m. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have public comment on this issue? I'm sorry?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Wait 1 second. I don't have it. I have Panahotes, but not Kara's.
Kara submitted a comment online that I was going to read.
Oh. You get one shot, Kara. You want to do it here or there? Okay.
Kara Jennings, North C Street. In 2009, we proposed and passed that charter amendment for a lot of reasons, public safety issues around dredge and fill projects on very popular public beach, and because of the environmental impacts. And it's interesting to see how actually very effective that charter amendment is to, take a stand about dredge and fill, because it is very damaging. And as Mr. Volker spoke, at that time, you thought this was full, this was packed out the door with people from the boating industry, the snorkeling industry, surfers, all coming with saying the same thing. Dredge and fill harms our industry. We don't support dredge and fill, and we want the city to take a stand. So Mayor, with all due respect, to hear you cast doubt about that charter amendment is very disappointing. That was a public vote, a free and public vote.
Right.
And we did research it. And a lot of issues were discussed in relation. Now, this whole thing about the town of Palm Beach owning part of the land, that is new information in a lot of ways. It's new information when we redid the entire beach. No one ever talked about what portion the town of Palm Beach owned. So that is new information that's going to impact, could impact many things. In terms of the trucks, our beach, it's not just for Lake Worth residents. Obviously, it's for the whole county. And anybody in the public who's, concerned about your kids going to the beach and maybe getting caught up in the water and having to run out of the water and worry about a truck coming at them, surfers coming in to land on the beach and having to dodge vehicles. Like, this is where we bring our kids. We don't have the best parks. We don't have the best recreation infrastructure. What we have is a public beach, and that is our pride. And that beach is essential to the well-being of not just the families in town, but the businesses, our economy. Like, this is really a big deal. I would respectfully ask you to not have the
Thank
lawyer
you.
try to poke holes in the
Thank you.
referendum.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, you have some from public comments to be read?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
The first comment is from Catherine Nolan, 222 North Palmway. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, as you are likely aware, renourishment programs have been shown to cause significant damage to coastal ecosystems, reducing sea turtle hatching in some instances by up to 20%. These programs are largely implemented for the sake of tourism dollars and to enhance luxury property amenities, a costly temporary fix that only staves off the inevitable. Our city has handled this situation poorly from the start. We're largely in this position now due to the reaction of the constituents, along with one commissioner, to a poorly negotiated contract lacking considerable detail that should have been included in the first place. This new commission, along with the city staff, seems to require significant oversight lately from the constituency. We shouldn't have even considered engaging in this project. We have a unique opportunity for Lake Worth Beach to be a model for smart development by not going the way of neighboring communities that place hasty, often regrettable decisions ahead of strategic, sustainable growth. Next is Cheryl Leventhal, 421 North Palmway. In 2009, people strongly spoke out against allowing our beach to be used as an access point for a dredge and fill project. The referendum that passed, 70% of the vote, clearly prohibited such a project. And it is astounding that the current commission voted for the Palm Beach Dredge and Fill project to do just that. Only 2 weeks ago, you voted despite the fact that only one commissioner voted against it. Aren't you, the mayor and commissioners, supposed to be representing the people and upholding the referendum items voted for and passed? The referendum clearly protects our beach from allowing access for such a project. There was great public outcry in 2009 to protect our beach. If you allow this access to happen, by the time the public is aware of this devastating project, the trucks will be driving up and down and public outcry will be too late. Please do not move forward with this project. Let South Palm Beach find an alternate plan and protect our most valuable natural resource, our beach. It is disconcerting to think something like this could happen without the public being aware of existing referendums and to be as informed as possible of the consequences of such a project. Melissa Salerno, 501 South N Street, City of Lake Worth Beach Commissioners. When profits are chosen over people, everyone loses. To allow the town of Palm Beach to destroy our beloved beach and the flora and fauna that reside there, all in the name of making a few bucks, is a foolhardy and short-sighted mistake. Don't sell out your constituents and the wildlife inhabitants under the pretense of garnishing financial gain for the city. The negative impacts on our residents, both human and non-human, and the businesses of the beach far outweigh any potential gain. Furthermore, the best way to deal with entitled bullies is to stand up to them, not chase the carrot they seem to be dangling. Stop the town of Palm Beach from wreaking havoc on our beach, all because their residents don't want to be inconvenienced. Adrian Copland, North Palmway. Season's greetings. As you must be keenly aware of by now, we the people, the majority of tax-paying citizens, the ones you are supposed to represent, strongly oppose your recent decisions. We remain adamant against dredging of our beach, especially at this time of year, and downtown paid parking and permits. How are these decisions in the least bit beneficial to us, our downtown business owners and seasonal visitors? How are these decisions in our best interest? In fact, how will these decisions not cause us all financial harm? Next is Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I have had concerns regarding this proposal for beach nourishment access on the Lake Worth Beach by the town of Palm Beach since the summer. When this issue was first in the news back in the summer, I listed to the town of Palm Beach Council meeting regarding this issue, and I was taken aback by some of the comments from the council members. First, I was alarmed that the condo owners in the town of Palm Beach, for which this beach renourishment program directly benefits, refused the town of Palm Beach access because the project was highly disruptive and destructive in the past. If these beachfront property owners were so fed up, even though the project directly benefits them, why would we or should we agree? Second, I was concerned that the town of Palm Beach basically said that our ask for a donation of $80,000 was a pittance compared to what Palm Beach had to pay the condo owners, meaning that we were once again being taken advantage of. Third, I was insulted by Palm Beach saying that they would donate to us this year, but not the next time. When the project came up at the last meeting, it appeared that most of you were not in favor, but decided to approve to be neighborly and in an effort to build a relationship with Palm Beach. I'm not sure that was the best reason to approve this very disruptive project during the height of our winter season. Additionally, some of the Palm Beach engineers' answers simply made no sense, and I really wish there were better follow-up questions. Big trucks are going to come and go at the south entrance, but the public can also come and go at the south entrance. But the trucks and the public won't mix. Knowing the width of the south entrance ingress and egress, that made absolutely no sense to me. I am hoping the rumor that Palm Beach is simply going to drive up down the beach from Phipps to the Lake Worth Pier is simply that, a rumor. I can't imagine the trucks fitting under the pier. The next is Marion DeJong, 2381 Sunset Avenue, apartment 110. I wonder how this board, with the exception of Commissioner McVoy, can justify approving a request from Palm Beach to allow trucks to move up and down the length of the beach during high season. This isn't something Lake Worth needs to accomplish. It isn't of any benefit to us that would justify this. It's so that Palm Beach condo owners don't have the inconvenience of trucks on their beach. I suggest we stand up for our beach and our residents and our tourists, which are our livelihood, and ditch this project immediately. by legal means if necessary. The fact that Palm Beach is even still considering doing this, despite recent ordinances from 2009 that have come to light, is telling. From what I understand, this was passed to be a good neighbor to the town of Palm Beach. Since when does being a good neighbor involve dissing our own residents and our city's well-being? Kevin and Deborah Brennan, 1122 North Ocean Breeze. We are both opposed to the town of Palm Beach beach nourishment project as currently proposed. It just completely disregards the will of the citizens of Lake Worth Beach for the convenience of a few town of Palm Beach oceanfront condo owners. This brings NIMBYism to a whole nother level. Let the little people deal with the inconvenience. On another note, we don't see how trucks could drive under the pier if the 10-foot access is west of the high water line. Benny's just might be in the way. Lorene Tappellini, 2840 Lake Osborne Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am horrified at the prospect of trucks driving from Palm Beach using Lake Worth Beach as a thoroughfare to haul sand back and forth. I'm also very surprised that the mayor and all commissioners voted in favor of this, with the exception of Commissioner McVoy, who voted against this. It is also distressing that it was known by the mayor and commissioners that our charter prohibits driving across our beach, yet this passed. I thought when Commissioner McVoy brought the charter item to light, the project would be defeated. But now the town of Palm Beach says Lake Worth doesn't actually own their own whole beach, and they can drive through the strip of land that is not covered by our city charter. If this entire issue had been brought to light much sooner, the residents could have come out in force much sooner and fought against this invasion of our beachfront. I am hoping that this project can still be defeated. Thank you. Nick Palyugi, 429 North D Street. Strongly opposed to allowing Palm Beach to drive their trucks down our beach when they could easily take A1A and renegotiate with the condo owners there for access. When is Lake Worth going to stop being such a cheap date? You are selling access to our most important asset for the equivalent of a six-pack in terms of Palm Beach money. Lake Worth City Commission is selling out its own residents to spare a few condo owners. If you're going to sell us out like that, you can at least make it for a less pathetic sum than $80,000 from one of the richest towns on the planet. I thought our new business-friendly commission would have a little more negotiating chops than this. Anyway, I have a proposal for a monorail if the city is interested. Ellen Ashford, 1414 High Ridge Road. Hi, I would like to take a moment to express my opinion about the proposed trucks on the beach. I wish that I could speak in person tonight. However, as a single working parent, I would need more than 12 hours notice about something so important. Why are agenda items put on last-minute meetings, and why are there so many meetings? But I digress. What I would like to say in this moment is find another way. To allow trucks to drive up and down our beach is atrocious. We have roads for a reason. Please use them. If the town of Palm Beach needs to move sand in trucks, let them use the roads. For obvious reasons, I oppose driving on our beaches, ecological impacts and recreational impacts to say the least. The town has created challenges for anyone in the county wanting to recreate on the beaches outside of their houses, and now they are proposing challenges to recreating on the beaches by our houses too. No, thank you. I am sure there is another way for our cities to work together to achieve the goals of both the town of Palm Beach and the city of Lake Worth Beach. Susan Ona, 826 North Palmway. Good evening. I can't believe we are back here talking about big trucks rolling on our beach again. The recent news that the town of Palm Beach is not done trying to get access to our beach and wants to force us into an agreement that states they have the right ownership over a strip of 15 feet of the surf of our beach and into the Atlantic. They have now produced documents signed back in 1935, which they claim gives them the right to our beachfront for a north-south truck route along our beachfront to nourish their beaches to the south. With 750 cubic yards of sand to move, with regular dump trucks, that's 37,500 loads. That's a lot of trucks going up and down our beach. How can you make a deal with a town that would bully their way into getting access to our beachfront rather than designing a permanent access from A1A like they had before? Their residents don't want to be disturbed by big trucks near their condos, but it's okay to put an entire beach out of commission, ruining our shoreline. If they remove sand offshore from reach number 8, our natural nourishment from offshore will be affected for years to come. 750,000 cubic yards, half the volume of the Empire State Building. That's approximately what we will be losing offshore. This plan, if approved, will destroy Lake Worth Beach. Andrew Gottlieb, 141 Harvard Drive. Dear Lake Worth Beach City Commissioners and Mayor, I am a College Park resident and a frequent user of the city beach. I am writing a brief note to let you know that I'm extremely opposed to the idea that the Lake Worth Beach would be utilized for trucking sand to a community to the south. There are several areas where sand could be supplied to the beach in the town of South Palm Beach. Driving on the beach creates compaction and is an environmental hazard. Additionally, use of the beach for large trucks is a safety hazard, or if the beach is closed, becomes a taking issue for residents and other beach users. There's already very limited beach access in and around the south end of the county. I believe this will be an ongoing issue that warrants more significant community discussion that should include the county and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers at a minimum. Thanks for your concern. Dina Klingman Bell, 311 North Palmway. We are adamantly against any ruling that would supersede the protections in place for our beach. Aside from compacting sand, there will be definite destruction of the ecosystem through excessive weight and exhaust fumes. Exhaust residue on the beach, creating a potential public health hazard. We encourage the entire City Commission to stand against the use of our beach for the purpose proposed. We already voted against this, so how can we allow this here? And the last comment for this item is from Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. Having the town of Palm Beach use their 10-foot corridor at Lake Worth Beach for beach renourishment is reckless and imprudent. I spoke to Bonnie Fisher, the mayor of South Palm Beach, and she said Town of Palm Beach engineer Patricia Strayer has a plan B, which she felt would work out well. That's the last comment for this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I wish they would have brought that, well, yeah. And I just want to, the word injunction jumps to my mind a little bit as well in terms of health and safety, just as a thought. Okay. Did we do the approval of minutes? Yes, we did. Okay. So ordinance number 24-14, first reading. Is Mr. Waters here tonight? Is he coming? Oh, yes, we need a comfort break. We're taking a couple minutes. We'll be right back.
You're back in your
Well, really smart stuff.
And the town council, for, copies of the meeting until January 14th, so they couldn't build there. I guess they could. You know, all the comments. Some of them are gonna get pissed, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It goes back to just because you can.
I'm gonna call the mayor of South.
What are we doing now? Which one?
A.
Mayor, it's 8:12. Are we waiting for Mr. Brown to come back?
No, we can get started without him.
Okay, so
Who
we've
needs
reached
Mr. Brown?
8:12. We are still live.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we're looking at ordinance 24-14, first reading. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2024-14, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 1 General Provisions, Division 2 Definitions, Section 23.1-12 Definitions, and Article 6 Environmental Regulations, Section 23.6-1 Landscape Regulations related to artificial turf, and providing for severability, complex codification, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Wrong one. Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
I will second for comment.
Thank you. Okay. We have staff here. We have, and thank you very much for the diagrams. Are they available online? Can we show them up? Okay.
Yeah, we can share that.
Perfect, thank you. So we have, I'd like to, a little bit of background from staff. And we have public, are there blue cards on this, Mr. Diaz? Jamie's, and I'm sure that, Madam Clerk, do you have public comments on this?
Quite a few, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, here we go. You read by title. So, Mr. Waters, why don't you address, or somebody from your staff, tell us what's going on.
Good evening, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I'm going to turn it over to Annie Greening, who's our principal planner, who's going to go over the ordinance, proposed ordinance change related to artificial turf.
Okay, and if you could speak into when you speak into the microphone a little bit closer, that would be helpful.
Sure. So for the record, Annie Greening, Principal Planner with Community Sustainability. So I guess background may not even be necessary. I think we all know that we've been having this conversation for quite some time. At the special city commission meeting in May of this year, staff was directed to come back with options for artificial turf, considering it potentially as part of the impermeable surfaces and clarifying the landscape code. So that's what we've prepared today. In general, the requirements and regulations that are being proposed would limit the use and location to certain places and uses, things like athletic fields and playgrounds, rooftop terraces, multifamily or mixed-use residential developments in recreation and amenity areas, and in single-family and two-family properties in rear and side yards, and with limited use in the front yards as part of a decorative grid design if someone uses, pavers for their driveway or a walkway or in between parking strips. If we're moving on to kind of the second chunk of the regulations, the ordinance as drafted would consider areas of artificial turf to be treated as impermeable surface. No more than 10% of that allowable impermeable or impervious surface area for each parcel could be artificial turf. So this is kind of what we're displaying in that diagram that you were all given and that we've got on the screens here. So one of our staff members drew this up to scale with the single-family residential zoning district regulations in mind, showing example small, medium, and large lots with homes on them, and showing comparatively how much artificial turf would be permissible under this ordinance for each type of lot. So then, in addition to regulating it as part of the impermeable surface totals, it would have to meet certain material standards as well as installation, maintenance, and repair standards. We would be requiring a permit for the installation, showing us where it's going to be, how much they would have, and those would involve also in-progress inspections to ensure that the base material has been installed appropriately, and a final inspection. So we took this to Planning Zoning, Historic Resources, and the Tree and Landscape Boards. PZB unanimously voted to recommend approval of the text amendments. They did want you all to consider revising the drafted text to consider artificial turf to be a pervious material while still retaining the provisions that it is not considered a living landscape material. The Historic Resources Preservation Board was split 3-3 on both their recommendations of approval and denial. 3 were in favor as written, 2 were in favor of disapproval with concerns about negative environmental effects, and 1 was in favor of disapproval because they believed that artificial turf should be allowed more broadly than this ordinance permits. The Tree and Landscape Board unanimously voted to recommend disapproval of the ordinance as written because of concerns about negative environmental impacts.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. May? No.
I mean, I will speak
We're
first, but
going to
he
speak.
was on
All right,
first.
Mr. McVoy.
Oh, am I on first?
You had your light on first.
Ms. May is being very cordial.
I'll go second.
Okay. So a couple of things, I have a number of points with it. I think one thing we need to remind ourselves is that the Lake Worth Beach Landscape Code, and I assume that William and the staff will correct me if I'm incorrect, has never allowed artificial turf. Is that correct? Because of it being an inclusionary code and we never specifically allowed it. So it was never permitted. Is that correct?
It's never been allowed to be considered landscaping, correct?
Okay. So as a PhD soil scientist, I am not in favor of artificial turf. It just doesn't have any benefits to our community. And we have a community where flooding issues are already a thing in various parts of the city. Despite assertions that artificial turf is pervious, it diminishes over time. And the big thing that artificial turf, from a scientific point of view, is a problem for is that it kills the organic material underneath it. And that organic material, which develops only if you have living, growing things, that's your filter. The filter is the live material. That's what protects your aquifer. And all of that impervious that you see there does nothing to clean the water. All the cleaning has to happen in the green. So the more artificial turf you put on, the less cleaning you have. And because it tends to become less pervious over time, it contributes more to runoff. So I'm adamant it needs to be considered impervious for several reasons, but the organic matter is a big one. That said, with some slight modifications to what's proposed here, and in a spirit of compromise, I am willing to support it, but there's a couple things that we need to do. I'm fully on board with not at all in the front yards, except very limited, and I forget what the description was, sort of decorative use as, 4-inch, 5-inch little strips and mixed with other things. Okay, fine. But no extensive front yard use. I couldn't quite get my head around the limit around trees. What I've seen in other cities is they recommend or require a 3-foot diameter extension out from the tree trunk.
That's what this is.
Ours is a little bit, it sounded like 10 inches per inch of DBH, I think, which could actually get
Minimum
quite big.
3 foot.
If it's minimum 3 foot, then we're good to go. Some other communities have said, look, a lot of people just are not happy with artificial turf. Let's be courteous to your neighbors and make sure you don't run it right up to your neighbors. Delray, for instance, says you got to have a 5-foot minimum setback of artificial turf from your property line. so you're not getting in the face of your neighbors. I think that's I would like to suggest that, right now, we propose 1 foot. I would go up to 5, again, out of consideration. And it's both not just an aesthetic or people like it or don't like it, it's also a runoff issue. So you don't want stuff, and again, runoff is a problem here. I would be more inclined, I see this is wonderful. I'm very glad that staff produces this. It helps us visually think about how big, if you assume the artificial turf basically isn't letting anything useful into the ground or not clean, gives you an idea of how big it is. I would be a little bit more inclined to limit the total area at, say, 300 square feet. The minimum, the 200 for the 25-foot, which is roughly the 10%, seems reasonable, but I wouldn't go up quite as high on the other ones. So I'd suggest that to my colleagues, that maybe make it a maximum of 300 square feet in any of the situations.
Thank you.
And there you go.
Okay, Ms. May?
Okay, so I did a lot of research on this today and over the previous couple months. It's funny because it's hard to find a definition of impervious versus permeable. Pervious and permeable. It seems that they are synonyms, but they're not synonyms. So that was a nice rabbit hole to go down for a while. But this is where I'm looking at it, and I'm wondering about a couple things. One, the flow rate, where it talks about the flow rate. Most of what I found is that the flow rate is actually greater than grass, that the water goes through it quicker. So that was interesting when I was doing that research. As far as the 10%, so I appreciate this map. But I wanted to ask, even if we left it as impervious, do we have a specific percentage for asphalt?
It's impervious.
Hold on, I understand it's impervious. Impermeable materials include but are not limited to asphalt, concrete, pavers, compacted shell rock, and roofs. Do we have a specific percentage of impervious surface that can be used, that could be covered by asphalt? Do we have one for concrete?
We don't have it for anything except for the artificial turf.
Exactly. And my question is, it's not a question. I don't think that we need to be telling our neighbors exactly how much of the impervious surface that they're going to put, whether it's concrete or it's pavers. Concrete is not good for the environment. Concrete isn't permeable. Concrete, it's ridiculous, I think, in my opinion, to have it be a limited amount of this, but not something else. I just don't think that's an appropriate thing to put into the definition. So I think that in 266115B, I think we should
What line?
take line 157. I think we should remove B.
Give us a minute to catch up to you here.
It's at the very beginning.
It's at 157.
Are you suggesting we remove B or just the second sentence of B?
I'm willing to discuss leaving the first sentence, but definitely removing the 10%. I don't think that we need to give a limit for one type of surface, but not for other surfaces. Also, where it says line 172, where it says have a minimum permeability that facilitates 1/4 inch per hour. Everything I've found was like 10 to 20 to 2,000. I mean, it was so much higher than that. That minimum seems kind of low, actually. Most of the turf that I was finding was a lot faster than that. And grass was faster than that too. Grass was like 2 to 4. So the 1/4 inch per hour it just seemed kind of weird that it would be so low.
It's the minimum.
I get that. It just seemed kind of weird. The other thing is in section E, which is 188. I think that the first sentence, all artificial turf shall at a minimum be installed according to the manufacturer's specifications, that's fine. But then 2 through 9 basically tells what the specifications are. It's kind of, I mean, if it's installed according to the manufacturer's specifications, it should be anchored, right? There should be a seam, the edges should be trimmed. I mean, those are just standard how you would install turf, right? I just don't know that we would need to have all of these specific things from 2 through 9. I guess you could keep 8 because 8's about the trees. You know, I mean, obviously they're going to make it level. They're going to put some sort of a barrier, you know, that's just standard installation.
Making that presumption or assumption on how I've seen turf installed is inaccurate. I'm sorry, Commissioner. There are, just in my own neighborhood, there are numerous places where turf is just laid down.
But that wouldn't be according to manufacturers.
Some of it is bought and it has no manufacturer's attachments to it. And that's part of our problem, is we cannot be product specific, that you must buy this type of artificial turf that has this type of specifications. We've cross-referenced it so that if you get and you go out and buy 20 yards of artificial turf at a local hardware store and it has no installation instructions, we are providing the installation instructions at a minimum that we're going to require.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. And then the last part here. Stop laughing at me.
He's laughing with you.
I'm not laughing. I just kind of find some of it is a little redundant, but I mean, if you want to leave in, if you guys want to leave in that, that's fine with me. But I really think we need to remove the 10% because I don't think that it should matter what impervious surface you put in your backyard. I think honestly, a backyard of all concrete would be worse. But I'm willing to listen and kind of, like Mr. McFoy said, in the spirit of compromise, but I definitely recommend and want to amend the motion that we remove B.
Let's hear from Mr. Diaz.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't someone have to second it?
You made a
I'm
motion?
making a motion to amend the motion to remove B.
Is there a second?
Don't we have a motion on the table?
I'm amending
She's
that.
amending- You seconded
it was her
it. Do you agree
It was
with
my
the
motion,
amendment?
anyway.
I absolutely can't agree to that. I would support it with the 10% in. I would certainly not support it without.
Can you please speak into your mic?
Sorry. I would support it with 157 through 159B in. If you want to go lower than 10%, I'd support that, but I would not, I would retract my second if you want to take that off.
So
Well,
that-
my motion would not, it would be different, so you would just not be seconding it. You wouldn't be seconding my amendment, my amended motion.
No.
And would you second my amended motion? Mayor?
No.
Okay. Okay,
So we're back, we're at the original motion.
I guess so, yeah.
Mr. Diaz.
All right. So first of all, the visual aid is amazing. So
Thank you.
thank you. Often we talk about our LDRs and we're talking about square footage and percentages and stuff. And sometimes we're visual people. So this was great. So thank you. I forget one you suggested it. Yes.
No,
Thank you,
it's nice.
Commissioner May. So there's a lot to discuss here. Again, is it impervious? Is it permeable? I mean, there's a reason why it's considered not, right? So the material itself, you can hold up a sheet of that stuff and pour water and water will get through. But I think that's not so much of the concern as much as what's underneath it. And I do appreciate that, we don't allow sand, for example, because that compacts just really quickly. You just walk on it once and it'll compact. But even like crushed, shell rock or aggregate material as the subsurface to this stuff, I mean, what is being proposed is when it's applied for and while it's being installed, we go and we take a look at it. That's not necessarily my concern though, because the concern would be, depending on how this stuff is used, a couple years down the road or so, that subsurface is going to look a lot different than the day that it was installed. And it'll be compacted and it'll be like concrete. And you're right, concrete isn't great for the environment. But the reason also, we want to avoid concrete whenever possible. But the reason why there's a carve out for this is because artificial turf with a compacted subsurface, if you will, acts like concrete. It diverts water. But then there's the added environmental harm of it's covered in an environmental pollutant. It's covered in plastic, which degrades over time, especially in the sun and especially with traffic over it. So that all gets released. And as correctly pointed out, without the natural process that you would typically find in topsoil, which it wouldn't really take care of plastic anyways, but it would take care of other things like phosphorus and nitrogen, whatever. That organic life is your filter. That's what would clean it out. But if we're just laying down crushed shell rock, that is going to be immediately absent from it. So there's going to be no filtering process. So the flow rate of water going through this stuff is only part of the story. I do recognize that there are, like Mr. Waters pointed out, there's a gamut of products, right? You can go to Lowe's and you can buy this stuff in bulk from a giant roll, and you cut it, and then people just lay it out over whatever they have, and then they call it a day. And there's that, and then there's also at the other end of the spectrum, the super high-tech stuff, which has its really advanced kind of drainage system underneath, which does allow water, despite compaction, to be diverted and carried away. Although I have never seen that in any residential application. I don't suspect it's something that would catch on. And so, my concern is still that it's an impervious system, thing that we can include in the total footage. But it's a lot. When we originally talked about this concept in the previous meetings, we had in the backup a lot of science about the heat island effect, about the pollution concerns, about the risk to aquifer, even about the safety concerns to children and just people running on this stuff. I mean, there's professional athletes who write in their contract that they won't play on artificial turf because of the risk to injury. And when we were talking about compromise at the time, I was really thinking more along the lines of, and I don't know what the appropriate word for it, but it's like, almost like grout in a tile. Like if you're gonna have a patio or a pool deck and you have maybe 2-foot squares of something, pea gravel or whatever, and then you have that decorative like striping, that decorative, like that's kind of what I was thinking if that's what you wanted in terms of decorative. I wasn't necessarily imagining a 506 square foot, area per se. I think that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. I wouldn't generally want 500 square feet of concrete either, like, let's be totally clear. But 500 square feet of what is effectively a sheet of plastic out in the sun and over our aquifer, I think is just a bit much. I mean, the diagram is helpful, 10%. I don't know how we can kind of massage this, but I feel like 10% is a lot, especially if it's just out in the open and it's one big contiguous plot of this stuff. I think it would be different if we were talking about like, if it was a mix of materials, like I said, the striping, or maybe, and I don't even know if this is done, if somebody wants like a putting green or something, if it was underneath like a patio roof or something, that's also totally different. You're getting it out of the sun, maybe a little bit more control. I also have reservations about the setback. I think it should be further. I mean, don't ask me how I know, but when your neighbor has a piece of this stuff out and then that's their dog's bathroom and it hasn't been washed or cleaned in days and days, I mean, you smell this stuff and it prevents the neighbor from enjoying their property in a reasonable way. And so I am not confident that not confident because we know right now that we're not doing what we can code enforcement wise in people's backyards and things like that. I don't think we can keep up on this. And I think it's just, I'm willing to compromise. I just think maybe that's a good suggestion from Commissioner McVoy. Maybe there should be a max. Can we do that? I think it has to, it has to be a proportion, maybe with some kind of max, unless there's a mix of materials. But as proposed, I'm just looking at that 500 square feet, and I'm not necessarily for it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McVoy?
Well, it sounds like we had an initial modification of what's before us to take out the 10%, and I can't support that. So we need to either stick with what we have, and then I'm hearing from Commissioner Diaz that he's not comfortable with where it is, that it would need to be a higher setback, maybe the 5 feet, and a limit on the largest area, and possibly, that it shouldn't be a big contiguous chunk. That makes it worse, certainly. So at least if it's going to be a contiguous chunk, it should have an upper limit on the size. I think we're all talking quite a bit about compromising, but those of us who are concerned about it, basically, there's no redeeming virtue to it from an environmental point of view. There are only negatives. And so a compromise kind of needs to be down on the side of minimize this stuff. It's like, well, a little bit of fentanyl isn't too bad, if you don't have too much of it. It's just not good. And there isn't any, we were clear when we've looked at this before. IFAS was very clear, this stuff is not recommended because it doesn't have any environmental benefits. It has and in a city that has flooding concerns, that gets half of its water from surface water, so its aquifer is, the quality of the aquifer water is of interest. So I would say, my proposal would be that we modify the motion to up it to a 5-foot minimum for the reasons that Commissioner Diaz illustrated and other ones, and other cities do it, and put a max of 300 square feet on it.
Well, we have a motion and a second in the, Ms. May, her light is on.
Is he altering the motion?
I don't, it's your motion. You
Oh,
can't-
Yeah, I can't
no,
alter it.
I'm not doing that. But I would like to point out that there are environmental positives. I mean, we're decreasing the amount of pesticides, we're decreasing the amount of water, we're decreasing the amount of fertilizer. So there are benefits to having artificial turf. So I think that, I really want to hear from the citizens, because, when I knocked on these doors, there was very, very, very few people that said, I want to ban artificial turf. Most people said, I would like to have the option of putting artificial turf in my house. Now, we're already banning it from the front yard. We're saying we can use, and then I'm okay with that. I feel like it's a compromise, but I can compromise with that. But I think that we do need to listen to what the people are saying, because I hate to get them in trouble. I went to adopt a family yesterday, and their entire playground is turf. There is turf all over this city. So what are we going to do? Are we going to go, what happens to the people that when we told them we aren't going to find them, that they've done this already? So we need to consider that too. It doesn't say anywhere in here, what are we going to do to the people that have already put this in? What are we going to do to the people we've already fined and made them pull it out? We need to look at that too. So the conversation isn't just simply this ordinance, there has to be an addition to it as well. But I'm not willing to change the 10%. If you're not going to go take it out, I'm definitely not going lower.
Okay, I just have a couple comments. One, the enforcement is always an issue. I think this is more applicable in a sense to new construction when a site plan.
Not for the people that.
But let me just finish. Okay, I agree with you that it's an issue, but one of the things that folks that came to us that they wanted the artificial turf was they wanted a place where they could have a playground for their kids, or a place. So I think this satisfies that. So although I do have some issues or some concerns about enforcement, as a compromise, I think this actually can serve the purpose of, I want my dog run, I want my kids to have a playground. And that's kind of where I'm falling on it, okay? So we do have a lot of public comments, and let's get started. Anthony Segridge. Followed by Jonas Reed. Followed by Amy Milich.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. Anthony Segridge, 601 South Palm Way. I just wanted to clarify one thing. Commissioner McVoy opened up with a question to Mr. Waters. Artificial turf is allowed currently in the city. It's just treated as impervious space and anywhere where landscaping is not required. So the statement that it is banned in the city is patently false, and we had discussed that in the last meeting. So hopefully you guys can clarify that. The second part is we already have residents with liens on their homes who currently have artificial turf that is allowed. And one of the things that you guys voted on was going to be removing those liens. And it's a sad state of affairs that we still have residents sitting with liens over their heads, and we're trying to put in a more restrictive ordinance about this topic. We should take care of those residents, remove those liens first, then discuss more restrictive options. To be clear, what's being discussed is more restrictive. Currently, it is allowed as impervious space. A lot of the arguments against artificial turf have to do with its permeable qualities. Well, if you're going to treat it as impervious, you might as well say it has a flow rate of 0, and it doesn't matter about the aquifer or anything underneath. You put asphalt down, you put concrete down, it's the same exact effect. So if you're treating it as impervious, all these discussions and arguments over flow rate are pretty much moot. Since it's already going in the backyard only, I think our city is overreaching a lot. We're creating a lot of ordinances and regulations of what people can do in their own backyard. It's like we're a nightmare HOA. If my neighbor wants to have ugly plants in his backyard, so be it. We really shouldn't have a say in that. Just because you don't like artificial turf in someone's backyard, you really shouldn't have a say about that either. So long as it's in the backyard and treated as impervious, I think that is a big compromise from where we're at. And so long as they adhere to manufacturer's standards, it's going to be installed properly. In addition, about the flow rate, the 10 inches an hour flow rates that have been studied, they're actually including the substrate and base rock installation. That's what the flow rates are based on, not just on the strip of artificial turf itself. If you just measure the strip of artificial turf, it's going to be like 2,000 gallons an hour. It's actually the flow rate with the installed base, whether it's sand or rock or some other substrate.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Jonas Reed. Followed by Amy Mihalich.
Jonas Reed, 1325 North End Street. I applaud you guys for at least bringing something to the table, but if you pass this as written, I'm going to boo you guys because it's more restrictive than what's currently in place. You guys came up here and made a big tirade about how it's not allowed in the city. Up until 2022, it was permissible to cover an entire vacant lot in artificial turf. You guys went on this crusade going after homeowners for artificial turf and then retroactively started trying to do things behind the scenes, like removing ordinance 2022-26, where there was a landscape provision in the city that allowed artificial turf to be used on a property. Granted, it was used to cover an entire vacant lot for stabilization, but there was still a landscape code in the city that allowed it. It's currently an impervious surface. If you're going to treat it as an impervious surface, don't put additional regulations that you guys can't control. You guys sit up here pretty much weekly and talk about how you have ordinances that you guys can't enforce. And now you're bringing something forth to address a problem with more things that you can't enforce. Plus it adds government oversight into our backyards. Like, why would anybody read this and go, okay, cool, something that's currently allowed in the code as an impervious surface, we're going to give you a bunch of rules on top of it that allow you to invade my backyard and restrict things that I want to do with my property. I mean, the House legislation passed House Bill 473 specifically to avoid government oversight into people's backyards. And now you guys created ordinance that doesn't really solve the problem. It creates more problems. So I hope you guys don't pass this and you come back with a better bill.
Thank you. Amy Mihelic. I keep trying.
You're getting closer. Amy Mihelic, 2032 Collier Avenue. So as a gardener, a permaculture student, and a home composter, I really urge you not to, to reject this ordinance. I've seen firsthand the vital role that a living landscape plays in supporting biodiversity and sustaining our environment. Natural grass, native plants, and other ground covers allow water to penetrate through the soil via their root systems. In contrast, artificial turf compacts the soil over time, turning it into an impervious surface.
Excuse me, Jamie.
It is an impervious surface. This not only increases stormwater runoff and flooding risk, but also prevents the soil from recharging, denying it the opportunity to support healthy ecosystems. In addition to these concerns, artificial turf intensifies the urban heat island effect, with surface temperatures reaching dangerous levels on hot days. And in Florida, that's even worse. As it breaks down, it releases microplastics and chemicals into our soils and waterways, further polluting the environment. This pollution harms the plants, the insects, the animals that are essential to keeping our ecosystems healthy. The Tree and Landscape Board unanimously opposed this ordinance because they understand these risks. Their expertise aligns with what I've learned through permaculture. Nature works best when we allow living systems to do their jobs. Roots in the ground absorb water, keep the soil alive, and create cooler, healthier spaces. Artificial turf cannot replicate these benefits. For the health of our community, our environment, and future generations, I ask you to vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Richard Stowe, followed by Greg Richter.
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. I did not come to Lake Worth to live in an HOA. And I agree with the people that say, what are you doing in my backyard? Because that needs to be mine, not yours, not what you say. I don't live in an HOA. I didn't come here to live in an HOA. I'll make dung bricks and pave my backyard, and then you'll do something about that. The Towers was just renovated, and they have a huge square of artificial turf. Now, I don't know how that got through, but it's sitting right there for all to see. You've got to stop thinking that you get to regulate every bit of someone's life and their property, because you don't. You don't want us doing that to yours. I mean, we've had a commissioner sitting up here who had an entire backyard of concrete. That's her choice. Sort of not what I would want in my backyard, but, you know, that wouldn't be good. There's no flow rate. There's nothing going down off of that when it rains and pours and storms. So you all need to be a little bit more balanced and not think you have to regulate everything that goes on in the citizens' life of this city. We did not sign up to live in an HOA.
Thank you. Richard Stowe, followed by Greg Richter.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. Two wrongs don't make a right, so I just want to lead off with that because I've been listening to other comments. But I did want to quote a 2011 study commissioned by New Jersey DEP. Quote, one particular question of major interest arises with regard to the presence of lead and other metals including chromium, arsenic, and cadmium, which may be present either in the synthetic blades or grass or in the rubber particles used as infill. Other metals present include zinc, selenium, and cadmium. So I think serving 9 years on the tree board, we were trying to move toward native plants, and there's only there's opportunity costs. So there's only so much space. And when you start, like you said, moving away from concrete yards, and then substituting it with synthetic yards is just like a no benefit. And there's drought tolerant native ground cover, shrubs, and I'm not trying to control anyone's lives, but I'll say that I do want to use our city as an education tool to look at the opportunities and benefits of South Florida native plants.
Thank you.
And so in that regard, I disagree with everyone here who's supporting I know we already allow it, but just codifying it in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Richter?
Good evening, Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. I don't think you should pass this bill as it's written. And number one, and I said this the last time here on this subject, you need to take care of the people that this city illegally fined, made them take out their stuff. We need to settle with these people. It is not fair what this city has done to them, because it was not in our code. Someone said earlier, I didn't know I moved, my real estate thing says I do not live in an HOA, but we're starting to act like one. I happen to agree with you on the 5-foot barrier, between the neighbors, but I think you should be able to do it entire area of your backyard. And by God, keep code out of my backyard. I want my privacy. And I personally don't want the stuff, okay? I don't like it, I don't want it. Someone please help me figure out how to get rid of my dollar weeds in the grass that I do have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have comments?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Did it die?
Martin Jose Jimenez Sosa, 722 Northeast Street. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm an environmental engineering student at Florida International University working on my master's degree. I am against the city of Lake Worth Beach having the artificial turf. This is an extremely toxic ordinance for the environment. I'm really shocked any commissioner would approve this. Mimi May came to our district proclaiming that homeowners should be able to do whatever they want to do to their property. That is a red flag to me as a city commissioner. If residents could do whatever they want, then they would allow toxic chemicals, dangerous wild animals, and illegal plants, etc. That is something a city commissioner who does not know what they are doing would say. The Tree Board and the University of Florida, IFAS, are against artificial turf. This new ordinance would contribute to global warming by absorbing more radiation than living grass. This new ordinance would reduce the amount of rainfall that enters the soil. This new ordinance would introduce microplastics into the environment. Please don't be brainless by approving this new ordinance of accepting artificial turf anywhere. Children and athletes are especially vulnerable to the health risks of artificial turf. They can breathe in, absorb through the skin, or ingest turf dust, microplastics, and toxic chemicals. Andrew McNaught, 921 North East Street. Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Joey, and I am 13 years old, attending Lake Worth Middle School. We are learning about artificial turf in our class. I am very concerned about the city approving this new rule. People should not use artificial grass. Have you ever played soccer and fell on the artificial grass? It caused my skin to burn and bleed. It was a very painful experience. I would not want other kids to experience that. I do not like the fake grass at all. It is also really bad for the insects, dirt, air, water. There are a lot of bad chemicals used and go into the water. Please consider the children that have to come in contact with the fake grass. I do not want to see it in anyone's backyard either, because these bad chemicals go into the water we drink and come down as rain. If you vote yes, this would be harming the children and families in Lake Worth Beach. Do your research of the harmful effects of fake grass. Kevin Green, 1211 North D Street. Greetings, Mayor, staff, Jamie Brown, and Commissioners. I'm a 20-year-old student at Palm Beach State College. I am studying to be a landscape designer. I read the ordinance for artificial turf, also known as faux lawn, amongst landscape designers. Granted, in landscape design, this would be welcome to give a more aesthetic look to a single-family home, athletic field, backyard, or any park, but their environmental effects are detrimental. Artificial turf contains hundreds of harmful chemicals like lead, heavy metals, benzene, arsenic, volatile organic compounds, PFAs, and I can't pronounce it, phthalates, some of which are cancer-causing carcinogens, neurotoxins, and/or endocrine disruptors. Even new, safer alternatives for the turf infill contain carcinogens and neurotoxins, example, lead, PAHs. Unfortunately, there are gaps in what we know about synthetic turf because manufacturers are not required by law to reveal all of the chemicals used. The grass blades and backing in synthetic turf is made with the use of PFAS, known as forever chemicals. PFAS chemicals are endocrine hormone disruptors and linked to decreased sperm count as well as increased rates of infertility, risk of cancer, immune disorders, and more. Some manufacturers claim that their artificial turf is now PFAS-free, but this has not been supported by research. Children and athletes are most vulnerable as they play on these surfaces, breathe in, absorb through the skin, and even ingest turf dust, microplastics, and corresponding toxic chemicals. This is especially worrisome with indoor synthetic turf, as high levels of toxins are found to outgas within half an hour of air sampling. Next is Daniel Fisher, 115 Southwest 13th Street, Boynton Beach. Hello, Mayor, City Commissioner, City Manager, and City staff. Thank you for the work you have done to improve Lake Worth Beach. However, work never seems done. Please allow me to explain about artificial turf. What is put on the field does not stay in the field. Synthetic turf breaks down into smaller pieces, including microplastics less than 5 millimeters. They are carried long distances by the wind, leach into water systems, storm drains, and contaminate the soil. Barcelona, Spain found that artificial grass fibers accounted for 15% of plastic pieces larger than 5 miles within 1 kilometer from the shore. Additionally, synthetic turf only lasts about 8 to 10 years. According to the Synthetic Turf Council, the average athletic field uses 400,000 pounds of infill and 40,000 pounds of artificial turf carpet. There is no known way to recycle artificial turf, so this product is piling up, buried or burned, contaminating the environment. Artificial turf contains hundreds of harmful chemicals like lead, heavy metals, benzene, arsenic, volatile organic compounds, PFAs, and some of which are cancer-causing, carcinogens, neurotoxins, and/or endocrine disruptors. Unfortunately, there are gaps in what we know about synthetic turf because manufacturers are not required by law to reveal all of the chemicals used. Vote no to artificial turf. Okay, I'm not reading the parking comments. Brian Thomas, 800 North J Street. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm a 37-year-old PhD student at Florida International University, studying environmental and civil engineering. Excuse me, I'm vehemently against the artificial turf ordinance proposed. Vote no. Jackie Mascotti, 2226 Lake Worth Road. Good evening. I'm a 49-year-old, I'm assuming, licensed registered nurse at JFK Hospital with over 30 years experience. Our medical insurance is corrupt and greedy. Many patients that get sick and need necessary medical treatments are unable to do so. The medical insurance claims are being denied left and right, which will result in more Lake Worth Beach residents dying to harmful chemical effects from artificial turf. If the city of Lake Worth Beach can pass ordinances that don't bring in more sick patients to the hospital, the less stressful my job will be. Please listen to the medical experts and research. I am not for this artificial turf thing. It's expensive, it's toxic, and the hospital is already overburdened with sick patients. patients. I was really upset when Commissioner May was trying to be commissioner and offering to support homeowners that they should do whatever they want in their backyards, side or front yards. I am not in agreement with homeowners allowing dangerous chemicals on their property that could make them sick. According to Institute Climate Change, Environmental Health, and Exposomics, chemicals known to be carcinogenic, such as heavy metals, benzene, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and 1.3 butadiene have detected in turf infill made from recycled tires. Further studies needed to characterize the complete chemical composition of infill made from materials other than tires. Artificial surface temperatures can get up to 60 degrees higher than natural gas and have been measured as high as 200 degrees Fahrenheit on a summer day. The air at head height also measures much hotter than the air about natural grass surfaces. This increases the risk of skin burns and heat illness. Vote no to this. Andrew Gaines, 2228 Lake Worth Road. Good evening, City of Lake Worth Beach Commission. I am an oncologist for a veterans hospital. Oncologist is a medical doctor for patients who have cancer. I see a lot of cancer patients and it never goes down. It seems with every passing year, there are more and more cancer patients, that there are not enough oncologists going around. As you may know, there is a tragic and overburdened medical system, that there is not enough money to pay for every patient, that many medical insurances deny claims, even though it may be medically necessary for the patient. I am pleading and begging the City of Lake Worth Beach to vote no for artificial turf ordinance. I realize that homeowners would like to have freedom to do whatever they want for their property, but it is a very foolish choice to install artificial turf on any city, residential, or commercial business. Hospitals, clinics, and private medical practices will be inundated with cancer patients, where many will be denied necessary medical treatments by their medical insurance or have to pay out of pocket. To prevent this, we need more state, city, and federal government officials to pass laws that will not make more Americans sick. Please vote no for artificial turf. Kyle Buttonwood, 707 Sunset Drive. Greetings to everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm a certified horticulturalist by the American Society for Horticultural Science. We are responsible for taking care of Mother Earth. It is a very delicate and sensitive. If chemicals are constantly penetrating the aqueduct, the city will have a lot of problems and it will cost millions. Do not allow artificial turf. There are alternatives to artificial grass that are not as dangerous for the ground, air, insects, and water. Please vote no to this new ordinance, and would the public, city officials, and renters consider alternatives? The best alternative to artificial grass depends on your climate and desired aesthetic, but generally planting a mix of native low-maintenance ground covers like clover, moss, and shady areas, or a wildflower meadow is considered a more sustainable and environmentally friendly option, offering a natural look while still requiring minimal upkeep compared to traditional grass. Ornamental grasses, various decorative grass species can create a textured lawn-like appearance with minimal mowing needs. Herbaceous ground covers. Consider options like creeping phlox, juniper, or lamb's ear for dense, low-growing coverage. Mulch or wood chips can be used in areas with minimal foot traffic to add texture and suppress weeds. Sam Smith, 109 Palmway. Good evening. I've been disappointed that the city has flip-flopped multiple times on the issue of AstroTurf. First, there was nothing in the ordinance that banned AstroTurf, and many people put it in at great expense. Then many of those residents were told AstroTurf is not allowed, yet there was nothing in the city ordinances that spoke to it being banned. And indeed, many large development plans were approved by the city with AstroTurf being included in those plans, but regular residents were fined for doing the same. Many residents were and are being fined for AstroTurf, and others lost significant sums of money by having to rip out expensive AstroTurf and then put in grass which does not grow well. Then the city staff came back years later and said, oops, you can have AstroTurf. It just counts toward impervious materials, etc. What a complete mess, and a mess 100% created by the city. Modern AstroTurf is a great pervious material that can be utilized as an appropriate substitute for grass. Grass in Florida is very difficult to grow. It requires large amounts of water and chemicals, and even then it does not do well. Many people instead suggest use these living ground cover vines instead of grass. Okay, great suggestion for some, like retired people with no small children and no pets. But many residents have children and pets and need a surface that works for play, and AstroTurf is a great option. I urge the city to approve AstroTurf for play areas, backyards, pool areas, driveway strips, etc. Willie Volk, 216 North K Street. I am against the code changes as written. They are far too restrictive. One, it is ridiculous to argue that artificial turf is not permeable. Modern artificial turf has a drainage flow rate greater than grass over sandy soil. The code should be rewritten to treat artificial turf as permeable. Two, the permit application process is exceedingly burdensome. The city barely produces permits for fence installations. Requiring a landscape plan for installing artificial turf is onerous. You don't require a landscape plan for installing sod. The city is not an HOA. I understand wanting front yards to look nice, but it is an overreach to control every aspect of landscaping we install in our backyards. Finally, any permitting should be waived for existing homes. We have had artificial turf for several years, and to retroactively force me to go through all these hoops is bananas. I appreciate that the city cares about the environment, but these changes are egregious and unhelpful. Please rewrite the code to be a little more relaxed and stay out of my backyard. And the last comment is from Bryant Luongo, 1327 North Palmway. I am perplexed why the city continues to battle with its residents over the use of artificial turf. While I welcome the inclusion of artificial turf into our city landscape ordinance, I take issue with many of the provisions listed with the proposed draft. Section 23.1-12 lists artificial turf as an impermeable surface. This is flat out wrong. Artificial turf's drainage far exceeds any measurable rainfall the city has ever experienced. By its very nature, it is permeable surface. This should be removed from this definition. The city cannot codify a blatant mistruth to meet its needs. Section 23.6-1, item 15 limits the permitted use of artificial turf to side and backyards. No other landscape material is limited in this fashion. The aesthetic view is arbitrary and subjective. The city should not codify subjective ordinances. Item 15B becomes irrelevant because artificial turf is not impervious. Section 23.6-1, item 15F requires a permit for installation. This is a needless waste of our government employees' time and its constituents' money. In addition to the ordinance, like many other building codes, all existing installations should be grandfathered in and only be made to bring new installations to the current standard. That's the last comment on this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have one more per here, Karim Salcido.
Okay, I will try my best. My English is not good at all. So my concern is a lot of people, experts, talk about the concern with the health consequence for the kids and for everybody. My concern is from now, in 5 years, 10 years, the discussion here will be where this plastic trash is going to be dumped. What port city will receive all this plastic toxic? That will be the next in 10 years, 5-10 years, because people will get bored about, summer, every summer is hotter. And imagine you cooking outside in your backyard and this plastic burning your feet. I like freedom. I like, everybody can do whatever they want to do in their backyard, but we have to think about consequences. That's my concern.
Thank you. Thank you. I see a couple of, I know. I just want to say one thing. The one thing I would consider, if Ms. May would consider the setback change, the 1 foot, making it a larger setback. But that, the motion is as it is now. So, Ms. May.
I just have a couple questions for William. Can you clarify what is allowed right now versus this ordinance if we call it impermeable surface?
Right now, artificial turf cannot be used where we require landscaping. If somebody had a pool deck that was concrete and wanted to cover it with artificial turf, they could do that.
So I have to put concrete down first, and then I
No,
can
you
put
don't
artificial
have to.
turf on it?
It's just that right now,
But
the
that's what you're
only
saying.
The only but the
that's not what
prohibition
Yeah.
is that we cannot have artificial turf where landscaping is required to be.
Okay, but think about what you just said. Like, literally, I could go and I could make my patio around my pool, which is grass right now, and I'm going to keep it grass, but if I wanted to, I could make it concrete.
Not necessarily. You may
And then
be
put
already. You may
artificial
already-
turf on it.
You may be already at the limit.
I
of
am
how
not
much-
at the limit of anything. I have so much grass.
Okay, so if
But
you,
could somebody, if they weren't at the limit, put down concrete and put this stuff on top of it?
yes. That is what has been the sort of bugaboo of
Doesn't
the
make any
discussion
sense.
from
Okay.
10 years or more.
So let's go to the liens and the enforcement. How are we going to enforce this if we're not allowed to look in people's backyards? Like, if you can't see it from the street, how are you going to know that there's 25.3 by 20 in the square foot in the backyard?
There's going to be some enforcement challenges, yes.
Okay, and what about the liens on the houses that already have it?
I can't speak to those, I don't know the particulars of anyone individually, but all of those cases were put on hold 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Some of them were adjudicated through the special magistrate because nowhere have we allowed the artificial turf where landscaping is required. There are people who were cited, I believe, who have questionably installed artificial turf.
Okay.
All those cases were put in a little batch off to the side, awaiting what decision you all made or would make. Some cases will just disappear because they are in compliance with what you have provided. Some will have to modify their application. Some will have to remove some artificial turf. Some may be able to keep what they've got and maybe even add to it. We'd have to look at each of the liens individually and see how they were assessed. If those cases need to be vacated, those can go to the special magistrate. We did propose a similar enforcement mechanism as we would do for short-term vacation rentals, which still hasn't had a decision made on that. It would be a 90-day notice saying, here's your courtesy notice. We understand that you've got installed artificial turf in violation of the new rule. You have 90 days to comply. After that, we would start a survey, propose sending a formal notice of violation with another 90 days. So the person would have 180 days to come into compliance. And after that, if they weren't in compliance, they would go to the special magistrate, who we'd recommend to give them another 90 days. So they'd have at least 270 days before a lien would start.
Okay, but we can't even go into a building to see if the toilet flushes. How are we going to, I mean, we really want to do this? This seems insane. What about the buildings like the Bohemian that has the artificial turf already? Was that approved?
They were allowed to have artificial turf only in one area. They had to remove it from around the pool.
Right. And have there been other developments that have gotten approvals for shared space, landscaping, places where there's swing
I know that
sets?
Decca Green proposed artificial turf in their dog park. I don't think it was approved. I can't speak for all the developments in the city, and the one for Lake Worth Towers, I'm not aware that any permit was requested to allow artificial turf there.
I'm just really worried that what we're saying is, okay, you can't, but you're gonna anyway. It's just okay if you do, because that's really what's happening. People are just doing it. We have to put something on the books that we can actually enforce, and we cannot enforce this. This is way too nitty gritty. Now, let me ask technically, how can I rescind my approval of this? Do I just vote against it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't, this doesn't make sense in practical terms. I think we need to go back to the drawing board.
Mr. McVoy?
I'd like to point out a couple things. One is I'm very impressed at the level of knowledge in the community that I heard from a number of the public comments. That is reassuring. And it reminds me of what I said earlier, that there are no environmentally redeeming virtues to this. The argument that it is less water, less pesticides, less fertilizer is simply not. It depends on what you compare it to. If you compare it to a highly green, highly fertilized, highly watered lawn, yes, that's true to some extent. But there are all sorts of other alternatives and well-established. IFAS puts them out. The Water Management District puts them out. Mounts Botanical Garden gives you options. There's all sorts of options that use definitely less water, definitely less fertilizer or none, and have other benefits to them. There just aren't benefits. Now let's look a little bit more closely. I do field work in South Florida, and some of the things that I install have plastic in them. And it is impressive what that looks like after not very long time. This is a very harsh environment. Stuff breaks down. It just falls apart. And think about that from how if you're a manufacturer, you want to make this stuff, you don't want it to fall apart in a year. You want it to last a little longer. You want it to fall apart eventually, planned obsolescence, so they'll come back and buy some more, but you don't want it to fall apart too quickly. Well, what do you got to do that, to keep it from doing it? You've got to take the plastics, which are a problem to start with, that's the main material, and add other stuff to it to make it more toxic, so it's less likely to be eaten by microbes, less likely to be eaten up by UV, less likely to be eaten up by humidity, all the things that attack stuff here. So by design, you're building poisons into something that you're spreading over large areas. Microplastics on their own, forget the additives to it, microplastics on their own are very much a recognized problem worldwide. This is a microplastics factory. Why would we want to do it? I feel a little bit embarrassed and a little bit ashamed that I said in the spirit of compromise, maybe I'd go along with some of this. My feeling is no, listen to the younger people who are studying environmental things and just solve the enforcement issue. Don't allow it at all. Then we got no enforcement issue. Just simply don't allow it.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, to interrupt, but just to let you know, you have 3 minutes and 3 seconds left on this item.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. So
I
let's
just
see
need
how we
like a
do.
minute. That's right. Yeah, I agree with the science is very clear, so much so that, IFAS, our state spends an incredible amount of resources addressing this issue, so much so that through state law, they require water management districts to spend an incredible amount of money to make sure that they abide by Florida-friendly landscaping throughout their properties, which is in the probably hundreds of thousands of acres, if not more. The science is clear. There isn't any environmental benefit. Yes, concrete wall-to-wall is not great because you're diverting water, but concrete wall-to-wall plus known pollutant on top of it is even worse, which is what is artificial turf, and that's exactly kind of what we're talking about. Absent that natural process, I mean, there's no research, I'm not a gambler, but I can pretty much bet that there's no research out there. There's a lot of focus on the flow rate of water through this material, but there's no research out there that tells you if at the top of this stuff you have X amount of phosphorus, nitrogen, heavy metals, what's the difference that comes out below it? And there's no research out there that tells you there's going to be any less. If not, there's going to be more underneath. And that's the main concern. We're trying to keep that out of the aquifer, and that's why the state and IFAS, and that's been very clear. And just a quick comment regarding rules in our backyard. Yeah, we're not an HOA, but we are a government, and I'm often being called an anarchist for whatever reason. Doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. And we do make rules in people's backyards, right? There's probably a lot of people in town that want to have chickens and goats in their backyard. There's probably a lot of people that want to buy a bunch of RVs, park them in their backyard, and rent them out as a small village. But you know what? It's probably in our best interest to not allow that despite enforcement issues. We need to have rules on the books to protect our community.
Okay, okay, I haven't really spoken at all, and I'm very, I'm very conflicted because I understand we should do it, but I also understand the PFAS and the problems with the plastic. So, which is why when I look at this as a compromise, I think it's not a bad compromise. It gives you the opportunity to have a playground or a dog park or something, and I agree. I don't think that it's an HOA. I think we do have the ability to do some. I am concerned about enforcement, but my note is to get a list of the properties that have been cited, whether they're, and whether it's leaned or not leaned at this point, and see what's going on with those and see what we can. And if you're saying that people would have 270 days, essentially, almost 3/4 of a year, to make a change, that's fairly generous. And even if they showed a hardship when they went to I think we could at some point say, yeah, it could even be longer. We're not in a rush for this. I mean, I would say a year. I would say give the folks a year to make the change. So I am going to, nothing's ever easy, and somebody's always going to be mad at us. But I think this is a compromise for the folks that want a little playground, that want a little dog park, and yet we don't want to cover the earth and plastic. So I'm going to vote for it. So, having said that.
Before you call the vote, and I don't want
Sure.
to take too much time, did you agree to change the setback from a side setback from 1 foot to 5? Because I don't think.
Ms. May did not do
So
that.
it's still at 1 then?
Would you consider that 5-foot setback? Okay, so.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so, all right, so they would be at 1 foot.
And my second was retracted based on
You
the.
can't, no, she didn't do it. No, you can't retract your second.
I'm sorry, commissioners, can you speak into your microphones? Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. We have a motion and a
Madam
second.
Mayor, time has elapsed.
All right,
Good,
we have a
then let's
motion.
stop. We have to
We
go
have a
to the
motion and a
workshop.
second. Let's have a vote. All in favor?
No.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
All right, so it fails. So where do we go from here, which is the next question? And I guess we're going to have yet another workshop. So, next up.
Townhomes.
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
if you would, just for clarification.
Talking. Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
me. Hi. If you would, just for clarification, right now you have a motion that didn't pass to approve, so you don't have a motion denying the ordinance. If you could, if a motion like that would
Do I
have.
have another motion? I mean, I think, doesn't it just fail if it? All right. Another motion?
Motion to deny the ordinance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Next up is, the B, which is ordinance 24-18.
All right, this is ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23, Land Development Regulations, Article 1, General Provisions, Division 2, Definitions, Section 23.1-12, Definitions, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Division 1 generally, Section 23.3-6, Use Tables, and Division 3, Mixed Use Districts, Section 23.3-17, MUDH Mixed Use Dixie Highway, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. And before we start, I just want to say this is, there's a few different parts to this which sort of I think we need to break it out a little bit for clarification's sake. The first piece of this regards the changing of the definition of townhouses, making it from the 3-unit, let me get to the right page. Here we go. Currently, the residential structure townhouse is at least 3, but no more than 6 attached single-family dwellings. This ordinance proposes making it 2, but no more than 6 attached single-family dwelling units. So that's, I think we should take these in separate pieces.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to, yeah.
I'd like to do that.
Yeah. So this first one, and I would like to ask, I have a couple questions for staff. We talked about this, I want to get a motion for this 23.1-12 definitions. Let's take it from that. Do I have a motion on that particular item.
Let me make sure I understand. The motion would be concerning the townhouse.
The townhouse
unit or-
definition.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. My motion would be that we table this item, that I don't see any urgency to it, so my motion would be to table it until at least February.
To table, do you need a second? I always forget my Robert's rules.
Yes, you do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The voice from above. She keeps us in line. Okay, so that is a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor of tabling it?
Do we have discussion?
Well, we can talk about it,
Don't we-
sure.
Can't we discuss?
Yeah, we
the
can talk about
tabling?
it, yeah.
And people are
Oh, the
here, so
table?
we should hear their comments.
Yeah, is there discussion?
I just wanted to, and he doesn't have to share, but is there a specific reason why we're tabling it to February what's the difference?
I would table it further out myself, but I'm flexible on that.
Oh, I was going to make a motion to deny it.
Well, you could do that too.
But
Well,
we
well, first,
already
right now we have a
have your
motion to-
tabling.
I would retract mine. If you want to make a motion to deny it, that's fine.
So you withdraw your, no, you made the motion.
No, he said.
No,
he
no,
said
I
it.
second it.
Do you withdraw your motion?
Yes.
Do you second the withdrawal? Do you agree with the withdrawal?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then I'll make a motion to deny this definition change
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
or discussion.
Do you want
Or
to discuss?
discussion.
We have
Or
public
public
comment. So, okay, anybody that put a card up want to still talk? Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment from your end?
Yes, and I have two people who wanted to talk on Zoom.
Do they still want to talk if we're going to deny it?
I don't know. Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, the ordinance has been denied. Do you still want to?
No. No.
Okay, so both of you are good with not doing your comment?
We're good.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, so I have two comments to read.
Okay.
Can I get a clarification? Was that motion for denial of the entire ordinance or for this section?
23.1.
Thank you.
Dash 12.
Because we
Thanks.
said we were going to separate them into three.
Right.
Clarification, yes.
So we have two comments that will be read.
So the first is from Lorene Topolini, 2840 Lake Osborne Drive. Regarding this ordinance, I'm not in favor of changing the definition of townhouse or townhouse development without further information as to why this is being done. Is this being done to make townhome development on the Sunset property a possibility without specifically saying so? If that is the reason, this is not a fair and open process, and it seems like a deceptive proposal. This would also be a citywide change, making it even more important to understand the reasoning and benefits to the city. It is of great concern to make sure that this proposal will benefit the citizens of Lake Worth and not the developers. Can this item be tabled and reasoning for the change explained more clearly? Also, I am not in favor of changing the lot size for townhomes west of Dixie Highway, as this would create the possibility of a greater population density in areas that are already overcrowded. More information is needed on the rationale for this change as well, for the same reasons as stated previously. Thank you. And the second comment is from Renee Hunter Frost, 2212 Quail Trail. I'm asking you to vote against the proposed townhouse definition change. While it has been stated that this change was not brought forth specifically due to the Sunset property, we find it noteworthy that the recent Sunset property included 2-unit townhouses. While allowing 2-unit townhouses might seem like a minor adjustment, it would have far-reaching unintended consequences. Lake Worth Beach thrives because of its unique character and sense of community. Thoughtful, sustainable growth would enhance, not compromise these qualities. I urge you to vote against this definition change to protect what makes our city special and ensure that development aligns with the long-term interests of its residents. Thank you for your consideration and time. Those are the only comments on this item.
Okay, and Ramsey McLeod wants to speak.
Oh, she wrote a novel.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. A lot of people have already said some of the things I wanted to, so I don't mean to take up your time, but I'm glad we're going to bring this back. I think we do need more discussion on it, or if you do bring it back, I hope you do. I'm really concerned because you were going to remove the whole term of townhouse complex, and I don't understand why you're removing it. And what does it infer for developers if it is removed? Does that mean there's no boundaries or limitations to how many townhouses they can set up in a row? Without that definition, I don't think you have put any parameters on just how many townhouses can be lined up together. If there it is, I didn't find it in what's presented.
No more than 6.
And without that, I don't know how we can prevent a developer coming in and putting in a larger development or making it more densified than we need. That is also my concern when it comes to the changing to modify the west side areas to match the east side. There is a concern there for me for the densification because we live in a slumlord-dominated area of the city. And their ability to flip over a few houses that they own to developer, then put those parcels together and then densify the building put on those spaces is a real concern for me. We already have overcrowding with the abundance of people that live in single-family homes. I don't want to see that blossom or bloom into something even more densification on that side of the city when it's already overburdened as it is.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. McVoy left us. We need to vote on this first.
Well, we have a quorum.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the next piece of this is the lot size, I believe.
What happened? Is that C?
The article,
Wait,
Exhibit
there-
C. yeah.
B, oh, the use table. Oh, the B is the one about the old folks home, that we don't call it that.
Okay, B is.
Right?
Be a little kind to the older people. Wonderful residence for mature and seasoned people, like fine wine, right, experienced people. Okay, so the second part, I'm sorry, the second part is the lot size, or is it I think it's the lot size.
No,
It's the second, okay, because I took one page out, so the lot size is the third one. All right, I took it out to read it, and then I-
There's not much to say. It says under separate cover.
Right. So, do I have a motion for, I'm looking for the piece of paper I took out of my,
I don't think you did. I don't think there is a piece of paper in there.
no, I did, because I took the last part out, which actually explained, remember that list?
No, it wasn't in there.
Yeah, it was.
I have a physical copy if that'd be helpful.
This chart?
Yeah, and it was.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah,
here it is,
was
here
in
it
the
is, here
packet.
it
Yep.
is, I think. No, that's not it. How bizarre. Excuse me for just a second while I find the piece of paper that I've misplaced.
Are we able to pop that
Yeah, I did.
page up there? I don't think we can.
Okay, so let me see your book.
Yeah.
Let me see your book for a second.
Yeah, if you can read it, because I can't
Oh,
read
no,
it.
no, I just want to get the context. Okay, so the second part of this is regarding the definition of,
Not the definition, just the
Go ahead.
use table. So in working with one of the existing assisted living facilities in the city, it came to our attention that the assisted living centers and nursing home uses were spread across 2 different use categories in residential and institutional, which makes it confusing for people who are trying to come in and work with our code. So this is consolidating those two to institutional and also permitting them in a high intensity use. So allowing them to be over 7,500 square feet, which in this case, this property already is.
what property?
Terraces?
Terraces, I believe. It's the one at 6th, right by the interstate.
We have several assisted living nursing home facilities that are well over 7,500 square feet. This doesn't change the ability of allowing more or less of them. It does combine, since they're very similar in the type of use that they are, the same regulations for both of them being treated the same. It would also include rehabilitative centers as well.
Regulations like the zoning setbacks,
How large
lot
the lot has
size,
to be,
coverage.
the bed count Like right now, we consider 3 beds to consider equivalent to a dwelling unit. There are a number of provisions that are now far more consistent across those uses than they were before.
Why isn't that in there?
Okay, yeah, and this chart is really weensy. If it had been done the other way, it might have been a little easier to read. So, and this deals with section, just for the record, this deals with section 23.3-6, use tables, okay? So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yep, Mr. Diaz?
No real discussion. I was just going to make a comment that I actually very recently read, and this is an interesting dilemma, and I actually very recently read something that discussed that the number of us, I should say, people my age, getting to that point, and there's a very serious concern about the lack of availability of these facilities, and so I think just wanted to put that out there. It's a very interesting dilemma that needs to be planned for. I have Aldo. He's going to be a famous musician. He'll take care of me, but that's we'll see.
I have no children. I'll be living in some assisted living.
It doesn't matter, we're all going to die from PFAS anyway.
That's why we have Madison Green coming up, right?
Madison Terrace.
Madison Terrace, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, are there any specific things about this particular item?
No, there were only the 2 comments, and I read them in full.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't want to get in trouble with you. No, I'm keeping it. Okay, now we're talking about the lot size. Okay. Now this, for the record, goes to section 23.3-17 MUDH mixed use Dixie Highway.
Do we have line numbers to help us find it?
162,
Yeah, that helps, it just helps you find it. fast.
page 6.
Exhibit C, does that help?
Yes.
We're trying.
Thank you both. Okay.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Could we get a little explanation
From
again
staff?
on this one?
Sure. Mr., someone from your department? Mr. Planner? someone?
Sure.
Ms. Planner?
So this is a couple things. One of them is really just a correction of what is essentially a typo. The max density per gross acre, in the table, the 3rd row on the right side, that's just a correction to reflect the maximum density that has always been there, but the numbers in there were wrong. So that's more of a small correction. The larger part of this is changing the lot size and width requirements on the west side of Dixie Highway. So as it's been explained to me, I've not been here this long, but back when we did the large changes to the code in 2013, the kind of vision for the west side of Dixie Highway was that we would have larger parcels, conglomerations of smaller parcels to do larger developments. That has happened somewhat, but in many cases it hasn't. So it's left us with these parcels that now 10, 11 years down the line are hard to redevelop. So, we've got, I think, 2 or 3 cases right now where people are interested in doing small mixed-use projects like an office with 2 or 3 residential units. And because of these requirements for the lot width and lot area, things that are a pretty standard, lots that are a pretty standard size in the city aren't able to do these small mixed-use projects because they don't meet this current 13,000 square feet, 100-foot width requirement. So this would allow a smaller 50-foot parcel to be able to do these small mixed-use development projects. And it would match up with the requirements for width and area on the east side of Dixie Highway.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Mr.
The size matches, the density continues to be different. So the east side of Dixie Highway, reflecting that it's closer to a lot of our single-family areas, the density is 20 units per acre. The west side would continue to be 30 per acre since it is a more dense area and has more of that mix of commercial uses than that east side does.
Well, when you say typo, have
Sure.
we been practically speaking, has it been 20 or 30?
It has been 20 on the east side and 30 on the west side. So
There's
the,
another section of the code that reflects the 30, and that was how it was approved in 2000, in August of 2013.
Okay, so 13,000 square feet. So 13,000, so you're saying that is too big of a parcel for people to be coming in to do things? Or they need a smaller parcel to do a
We
mixed?
have lots of dangling smaller parcels in the city.
Yeah.
The vision, as Annie was describing, was that we saw that people would be doing assemblages, creating larger parcels for redevelopment. That has not happened as it was thought it would happen back in 2011, 12, 13, and prior. And so the proposal is to reduce the minimum lot size to allow a mixed-use development to be equal to the minimum lot size on the east side of Dixie. And if you ride around, you'll see that there are places that are in dire need of some redevelopment, but it's a 50-foot lot. That's how it was platted. And
So why can't they just build on it?
they can build in a limited fashion, they just can't do a mixed-use project, which Dixie Highway in its basis is a mixed-use district.
So is just the west side of Dixie Highway or west of Dixie Highway?
The Dixie Highway District runs on both sides of Dixie Highway.
Okay.
The west side and the east side.
I was thinking of.
It's based on the zoning district.
Right, that's why I asked.
Literally
Just Dixie Highway.
just one's abutting.
Mr. May, can you please speak into your mic?
I am so
The
sorry.
mixed-use Dixie Highway District, which is what is referenced, goes, for most part, from Dixie Highway, going west, it goes to G Street.
So back, it goes
2
HG.
blocks.
To the
Okay.
tracks, essentially.
To the tracks, and then on the east
West of
side?
the tracks, on the east side, it only goes one lot deep to
Right.
the alley.
And that's not changing.
That's not changing.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm glad that we clarified that, because I
Yeah.
thought it was like the west,
yeah, I
yeah.
think
Yeah,
Okay,
I think we all did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Some of us did anyhow.
all right.
I did.
Okay, so,
But you said it's to make it equal, and now it isn't if you look at the two first lines, because it says now they're both going to be 65 square feet with a max density, one dwelling unit per
We're keeping the
each.
Dixie Highway side at 30 units an acre, and we're keeping the east side of Dixie Highway in this one zoning district to 20 units an acre. So they are not going to be the same, east side, west side.
And
If you want to change, I mean, we have development.
No, I'm looking at, why did you change it to 1450 from 2150? That's what I'm asking.
that was just to reflect the ratio correction. So it was, again, so, and I apologize, it, I suppose could have been made clearer if we included more of the text below
Yeah.
the table. But the text below the table clarifies that 20 versus 30. But they did, in the table, both have that 2175, which again created that conflict and confusion when people were trying to develop in lots on the west half. They were having trouble calculating because that was an incorrect number there.
And
So
the
the
written part of the code takes precedence over what's in the table. The tables were added for clarity after much discussion, and we have a typo in the table for mixed-use Dixie Highway.
so fixing the typo, that specifically is the 1450?
correct. The 1450, and then in the max density 30, that is also correcting a typo.
okay.
So the written always had the split between east and west of 2030. So we're not changing anything, we're just making the table consistent with what's written.
Correct.
This is legitimately a housekeeping fix. I continue my motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Ms. May?
I'll third it.
Well, your light, your light is
Oh,
on.
my, sorry.
It's a new
You're getting a little-
Robert's Rule.
Do you have something to say, Mr. Diaz? Your light is on as well.
Yeah, I do. Maybe similar to the visual aid idea. I mean, it's when you look at it. Sorry, my computer decided to background update in the middle of a meeting. It's fun time. But just to point out, you know, when you look at the section of the code, we are only talking about MUDH, mixed use Dixie Highway.
Yeah.
Like a map of that probably seems like it would be helpful, but I did look at that and was looking, and just as a reminder, because I think there's a question, and I think I know this, but I kind of want clarification. The 2175 square feet for density for dwelling unit east and the 1450 for dwelling unit west, like, what exactly again is the calculation of that ratio? How do you come to that number? East,
Take
it's just space.
43,560, which is an acre, and you divide it by 20 for the east side, and you divide it by 30 for the west side.
Right.
Any further questions?
I
or
like math.
discussions? You're happy.
I'm
right
okay,
now.
as long as you
She's
speak
a
to me.
happy girl. Give her some numbers.
Give me numbers. I'm good with numbers. I like maps.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Item number, oh, that was it.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, to interrupt again. I know I'm annoying.
You are.
I would like a motion, please, and a second to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
Motion to extend.
Is there,
Second.
Was that a reluctant motion? Yes, it was.
It was reluctant, but we did it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yay.
Okay. Next up, we don't have to stay till 11. That doesn't mean we have to stay till 11.
Right.
We can stay till 11. All right. Now we're at
Comp plan. Mobility plan.
mobility plan, item C. Do I have a motion?
Wait.
What?
Should I read the caption?
It's a new one.
This is ordinance 2024-19, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the future land use element, transportation element, housing and neighborhoods element, capital improvements element, and economic development element of the city's comprehensive plan, adopting the City of Lake Worth Beach mobility plan, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Well done. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Comments? I see Mr. McCoy's and Mrs.
Very quick one, just happy, I'm happy that we have worked on the mobility plan. As I think all know, I'm very interested in multimodal mobility, and I'm happy to see a lot of things from that being incorporated into our, I want to say codes, because I don't know the word better, but Vision Zero, complete streets, complete network approaches. I'm happy to see that going in. So yes, happy. Thank you.
I have no, oh, Ms. May?
I just have a question. So our comp plan was written in 2018, right? And it has,
It was written in 2016, 2017.
okay,
And
and
then it
it,
had amendments, some significant ones in 2018. We have amended it to include the property rights element, I think in 2022 or 23. We've made some other changes to the future land use map of the city.
now what it's, because according to the statute, it says it has to be rewritten every 7
It
years.
doesn't say it has to be rewritten, it's evaluated every 7 years.
Evaluated every 7 years.
And we have
Okay.
passed on that because we are working on some major changes to the comprehensive plan that are mentioned in our current comp plan, such as the open space recreation master plan. We adopted affordable housing program. We adopted performance and carbon neutrality elements for our developments, which was a recommendation. You have approved a carbon neutrality element to be created, which we are going to start in January. And so once we get that all behind us, if we want to evaluate the whole new comp plan, we will come back to you and ask for between $250,000 and $350,000 to do that.
Okay. And then I have another question. Hold on. Okay. I'll tell you the line it's on, Mr. McVoy. 212.
And how about Commissioner Diaz's computers?
Oh, he can
I
read
did
over
it
my
wrong.
shoulder. All right, so I'm looking at the policy 2.1.118. I'm just, this is it could just be my own personal thing, but the dockless scooters and the dockless bicycle share,
Help us understand that. It caught my attention.
because
too.
that's when, like, I remember when I was down in Miami and by the arena, when they had those, and they were everywhere. People just throw them everywhere. Seattle, they're everywhere because there's nowhere to dock them because they're dockless. So they just hang out. And I'm not comfortable putting that in our mobility plan.
Well, that is in furtherance of trying to get to where we encourage the scooters. WGI and their representatives from our consultant, we have proposed quite a significant amount of land development regulation language that'll be coming to you later, once this is all going through the review from the state. And then also, because will be a second hearing for adoption, we're going to be bringing back amendments to our land development code to codify some of the things in the comprehensive plan. I would caution not to get rid of that section, but keep it in mind when we bring you back the regulations on how we're going to regulate dockless scooters, golf carts, semi-motorized or other forms of mobility as part of development programs or plan developments. There's other stuff coming.
Okay, because that was a nightmare, and they repealed it.
Yeah, and basically, I don't want to call it, it sounds somewhat pejorative, but I did grow up on a farm. We need to regulate the collection pens.
Yeah.
That's where they are appropriate to be left. That's how we would implement it.
Right, like these.
Not just anywhere on the street, because West Palm had a bit of a problem too. They
Yeah.
just dropped.
They were everywhere.
We're going to have
They're everywhere.
mobility collection pens. They will not be called that, but that's what I'm calling them right now off the top of my head.
Yeah.
For such items.
Yeah, like in Miami, they'd have vans that would drive around at night and pick them up, but then they'd stop and they'd just leave them all over. All right, the other question I have is, we're on line 277.
Thank you for these steers.
Policy 2.1.4.5. The city shall support the provision of safe vehicular and bicycle parking to support new land development. Are we when you say vehicular, does that include golf carts?
It's going to, yes.
Okay, does that freezing include it? Or do we need to say it?
What do you mean freezing?
Like the word
Vehicular.
vehicular.
We're going to be bringing back language that's going to change or alter the definition of vehicular. The comp plan is the big picture.
Right.
The little picture, the macro thing which you're getting into is in the LDRs themselves.
Oh,
So
okay.
once this has all gone through the state review again, and we have got it codified and it's all copacetic with everybody, we're going to be bringing back quite a bit of LDR language change across the whole chapter 23 of the development code.
All right, but I mean, this will become part of our code, yes?
It's not part of our code. It's its own thing. It's our comprehensive
Okay.
plan. You have a charter,
Yep,
the code of ordinances,
yep.
the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan.
So when it says ordinance 2024-19, the ordinance is to approve this in the comp plan?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, then I will get out of the weeds.
All right, that was easy.
Oh, wait, no, I just have one more. Wait, sorry. Where it says the city shall consider development of a mobility fee that it controls and expends to fund multimodal projects. Who pays that fee?
That's what I'm working with WGI to put together a proposal that we're going to bring back to you to create a mobility fee table that would describe at what point it's triggered, how much you pay for what, by whom, and how it gets paid, how it gets
Because if we can't get
expended.
people to pay for parking, they're not going to pay for mobility.
This is paid for by developers. and
Okay,
new
that's why I
development.
said, who pays it? Developers pay it?
But that's a
Okay.
very broad question of who pays, and we'll be bringing that back to you, because it may not be everybody who's doing new development, it may be some, and we have to coordinate some of it with the county.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Moving right along.
Thank you to WGI. Is
I don't think there was, did you have, was there a card?
Jamie's your card.
Carrie,
Oh,
we passed it. I'm so sorry.
That's right. Amy Mihalik, 2032 Collier Avenue. So as the commission reviews the mobility plan, I want to stress how crucial it is to prioritize protected bike lanes on our main streets. In Lake Worth Beach, we have a vibrant community, and our streets must evolve to meet the needs of all residents. Protected bike lanes are essential for safety. Without proper protection, bike lanes remain underused because people feel unsafe cycling next to traffic. We've already seen this issue with the 6th Avenue redevelopment. The road was closed for 2 years to rebuild the bridge and add bike lanes, yet those lanes were not protected. As a result, cars frequently drift into the bike lane, making it unusable for cyclists. This forces people to ride on the sidewalk, which isn't safe for anybody. By providing physical separation between bike lanes and car lanes, we create a space where cyclists feel safe, which encourages more people to bike, whether for commuting, shopping, or recreation. Protected bike lanes not only prevent accidents, but also help reduce congestion, lower emissions, and contribute to a healthier, more sustainable, community-oriented city. I urge you to prioritize protected bike lanes on major streets as part of the mobility plan. We can't afford to repeat past mistakes. Let's ensure that our streets are truly safe and welcoming for cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers alike. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm terrified to drive next to a bicycle.
Yeah.
I'm terrified.
One note, and I didn't mention it, and this is a recommendation from our consultants, is that our mobility plan also will be serving as our city's safety plan. And it sets the stage for us to be in line for applying for, hopefully, grant fundings at the state and federal level.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that comment that 100% agree that the protected bike lane issue is anything we can do. So I don't know how much we build that in, and WGI, I think, is certainly, Lisa's very aware of it, but bike lanes versus protected bike lanes, I don't think I'm telling you anything new.
It's really tough with the constrained rights-of-way that we have in Lake Worth Beach.
I understand.
And so there are some provisions, if you go through the whole plan, there are some cross sections of roads where there are some things proposed. We will have to collaborate with the county and Florida Department of Transportation to implement some of that.
This is aspirational. I understand there are challenges.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's great that people ride bikes. So boy, I'm so afraid of somebody falling in front of me. They hit a stone and they fall. I mean, which doesn't really help the protected, but it just scares me. Anyway, all those healthy people. Okay. Those young people that can ride bikes. So now we're up to D.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, was there a vote?
I believe that, there was. And then our citizen came up and.
I think it was unanimous, wasn't it?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, first reading of 2024-20, which is an ordinance to be read by the city attorney.
All right. Ordinance number 2024-20 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, amending Article 1 General Provisions, Division 2 Definitions, Section 23.1-12 Definitions, and Article 5 Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-10 Medical Marijuana Treatment Center Dispensing Facilities Prohibited, to prohibit medical and non-medical marijuana dispensing facilities and related uses within the boundaries of the city, providing legislative findings, providing for codification, a moratorium, contingency, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. Okey-doke. Do I have a motion?
I'll do a motion to deny the ordinance.
Do I have a second on that?
Do we?
Let's wait, sure.
We have an opportunity to second a motion. Well, we just,
Mr. Diaz has made a motion to deny this, and I at some point want to find out why. But do I have a second? Is there a second on the motion to deny?
To deny the funding swap?
To
What are we on? Oh, I already turned the page, sorry.
You leave for 1 minute and you lost it. This is the marijuana dispensary.
Oh.
Mr., I don't know why he's doing it, but he's. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. You don't want to what?
I do not want to second.
You do not want to second?
I do not want to second
Okay,
a
so there's a
denial.
motion to deny.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so what's up?
I guess the word is disapprove.
I just want to hear it. I'm open to hearing the discussion, obviously, but I just feel, this seemed to be kind of in response or in preparation of the constitutional amendment that failed. I think there are questions regarding what this could apply to, questions not necessarily for us to answer, unfortunately, it would be others. And I just think there's maybe better ways of going about this. I also am hesitant, we're often really quick to limit businesses when they're successful. We don't want to be overrun by them, for sure. I agree with that aspect of it, but just kind of more open to seeing what are the other alternatives than going about this way.
My thought was distance requirements, like
Yeah.
big distance. We have 2, 4, 3 now in town.
Two. There's only two. Yeah.
And I also, I don't want to see
Well-
the tattoo parlors next to the marijuana dispensaries, right?
Right.
Not a great look. But I kind of agree with you. But I would like to see as an alternative, a large distance requirement with the same, kind of like if you need an alcohol.
Exactly.
Not near a school, not
Right.
near a church. One. So if.
And there's also questions with like retail stores that sell similar and related products, if you will.
CBD or
Yeah,
kava I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't either, Mom. Paraphernalia.
Hypothetically, Mr. Diaz, hypothetically. What are we talking
Hypothetically, there things like paraphernalia, and
Oh.
it's like there's questions in there.
That's just basic.
Yeah, like
That's
glass.
just like retail.
Right, and there's questions in there, and you have. Frankly, I'm a little bit more concerned about like vape shops. If you ever spent time in the middle school, you know how problematic that is. But that's another conversation. I feel like
That's
that we
cigarette,
can.
that's tobacco vape?
Yeah,
You can put marijuana in.
Yeah,
it.
some of them are right.
But they are too, a lot of people that do,
It's a nicotine mostly,
Right.
especially that. Yeah, well,
at that age.
yeah. So yeah, I am in favor of gaining control of the situation, if you will. Maybe not an outright ban, but figuring out what we can do.
Well, let me maybe help clarify a little bit, but right now, we have 2 non-conforming medical marijuana dispensing facilities.
What makes them non-conforming?
We don't allow them.
Is there a prohibition?
How did they
There's
get
just-
it?
Wait, let me, one at a time.
we-
Let me just say, is there no use provided
We
for
do
them?
not allow medical marijuana dispensing facilities in the city. 2 of them came in before we had the prohibition, and they were allowed, and the commission at that time said, we don't want any more medical marijuana dispensing facilities in the city, so they are prohibited. But the 2 that we have are considered legal, non-conforming uses, which means they cannot expand, they can't relocate from one location where they're at to another location somewhere else. They are all, unless you change the rule, those are the 2 that we're going to have and will forevermore only have.
Thank you.
And the ordinance is proposing that those 2 entities that we do have that are non-conforming will not be allowed to sell recreational marijuana if and when, or if ever, it were allowed to be sold in Florida.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we've started, Mr. McVoy, I think we've started a discussion. I think we're also headed in the same direction with this.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing, and I think I would agree with, is some degree of regulation seems reasonable. Density seems like a reasonable one. A question on density for William and colleagues is, I think it's pretty clear you can do density for the same use, a dispensary distance to the nearest dispensary. Can you do density, you can't have whatever flavor of marijuana a certain distance from, say, tattoo parlor or some alcohol? Is that allowed? Just so that we know, because I think the idea
Legal
is.
defense standpoint, I'm playing, planning law now, is that the uses should be substantially similar that you're requiring separations from. Now, we do have protected land uses like a library, a school, a city
Right,
facility, a
that's
park,
different.
whatever, and that's pretty clear, that's a thing. But trying to say that we would like the ABC alcohol sales establishment to be so far from a tattoo parlor, to be so far from the medical marijuana dispensary, and so far from the vape shop is really stretching it. I don't know how we would ever write that and legally be able to defend it.
Okay, that's helpful to.
Ms. May, you want to?
I mean, I'm for the ban. So I would like it to be codified as a ban. I don't want to allow more to come into the city. But I am concerned about taking out the phrase treatment center. Because then you can, what if you have a treatment center that uses medical marijuana at the treatment center, but they're not selling it? Everywhere you crossed out treatment center. Can you tell me why?
I didn't write the ordinance. I'm going to deflect over to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth,
Sure.
why did you take out
attorney.
treatment center?
Because right now, and the reason it was written the way it is because it's for medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities. The proposed legislation was to allow for medical and non-medical, and so it wouldn't be a treatment facility anymore. It's just a dispensing facility for medical and non-medical marijuana.
Well, are you considering a dispensary a treatment center?
That's what they're currently defined as in the statute.
Really?
Yes. That's
So
what,
they
that's
would
the
be
only
more
type
like a
that's allowed.
retail store.
Correct.
But what if there was a treatment center, literally a treatment center, that prescribed marijuana?
That's what's currently allowed by the statute, and that's what your
But if
ordinance.
we take out that word treatment center, are we allowing that but not retail stores?
No, you're prohibiting this, the change would be to prohibit all dispensing facilities, whether they're dispensing for treatment or not.
Okay, so there would be no
No
use-
dispensing.
No dispensing, even if it's used by patients in a treatment center that they do not leave.
The only,
It's quite a treatment center.
Well, I mean, it's like it would be nice, right? I mean, but if marijuana, I don't know, I'm just.
right now, it's a treatment center dispensing facility.
Okay,
It's the whole thing,
right, because it's
Could-
medicine.
because it's medicine.
Okay,
There is no treatment center that's not dispensing.
okay.
So, because the thought was to allow medical and non-medical, it wouldn't be only a treatment dispensing anymore.
Okay, so there would be still, if we change this and take out treatment center, there's still no dispensing of
Still no
marijuana
dispensing,
anywhere?
right.
Okay.
But I mean, we don't call a pharmacy a treatment center.
Again, that's how how it was defined in the statute
Yeah.
when it first was adopted.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that didn't change anything where it's going to come back and bite us later.
No. And I just want to put on the record your current language that is related to the prohibition against the medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities does have a reference to statutory language, and that is that municipalities may ban medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities from being located within their boundaries. But there are limited regulations that you can put on them if you don't ban them. So just
Oh, so
keep
it's
that
like
in
the
mind.
short-term rentals.
Keep that in
We
mind.
can
If
either
What kinds of
ban 'em,
things
but
can we
can't
do?
control them.
No, she just said
So
it.
you can ban them, you may determine the criteria for the location of and other permitting requirements that do not conflict with state law, department rule.
Is there any state
That's-
law now about distances and stuff? Do you know?
I have,
I don't want to pop quiz you. but-
yeah, so they may not be located within 500 feet of a public or private elementary school, middle school, secondary school, unless the county municipality approves the location through a formal proceeding open to the public. So there are a few things.
We could have a distance requirement between those dispensaries.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we could say, half a mile, whatever. Okay. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, it's sort of procedural, I guess. My sense is, I don't know about anybody else, but my brain is starting to mush a little bit between treatment, dispensing, medical, not medical, and whatnot. My thought is the advisory boards both said no to this. There's some question as to whether it's needed, given that the state amendment didn't pass. It doesn't seem like if we don't do anything on this right now, if we just drop it, we aren't pre-closing any options in the future. We could still come back and do density. I would be inclined to follow the recommendations of the advisory boards on this one, and maybe thinking about
Wait,
it.
where do you see that they
on the, for the staff report?
Staff report, they both unanimously said no to this.
That they don't want to ban it?
They said no to approving this, is that correct? Yeah.
What was their reason?
They thought it was, primarily the reasoning was that it was unnecessary as Amendment 3 didn't pass. So that doing the ban now was, not needed since it wasn't.
As opposed to being proactive in case it comes back.
And I guess what I would want clarification, if we did not approve this, if we did not ban them, does that preclude any of our options a year from now or 6 months from now?
Or doing a distance
Right.
thing?
As long as it doesn't preclude, I'm okay with not approving this, but I want to be sure that it
But then
doesn't.
it'll stay banned for medical.
This is why it's too late in the evening for me to wrap around all
So we should
the
stop at 10
Stands
o'clock.
now, we have 2 non-conforming medical dispensing facilities for
Facilities.
marijuana. You can't open a new one, and the
Right.
2 we have can't expand.
Right.
Okay, so status quo is okay.
So,
But it's-
and not, go ahead.
Just for, if we wanted to change it, we could impose, I mean, it's distance requirements, all sorts of things, without a complete ban.
And we can do that in the future.
Yeah,
We don't
right.
have to do it now with this.
But in the meantime, no new ones could open up because they're not
Right.
allowed. So I'd like to have it, so let's have a vote. Madam
we have any-
Clerk, are there any blue cards?
Yes, I have 2 comments.
And I have a couple here. Okay.
You want to do the ones that are there in case
No,
they're
first I want
actually
Mr. Diaz to speak.
Yeah, before we vote or take comment, a process question for city attorney, is it coming back with what we discussed, density, that's too substantive, so the appropriate motion is denial, and then we can come back, I would say sooner than a year, right? Or can we pass with that amount of changes? Seems like a lot.
Oh, we're not going
Yeah.
to go down the road of adopting any kind of
Okay.
regulations on dispensing facilities tonight.
Right.
So your motion was to disapprove it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you could,
Leaving
you
the
could
option
disapprove and give us direction to bring
Right.
something different
Okay.
back, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have cards. Amy Mihalik, I'm going to get it right. You keep talking, I'm going to get your name right. Mihalik. Okay, thank you. Ramsey McLeod.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I just have some concerns regarding this. I'm for it, because I think we need to address this issue. I personally was not for Amendment 3 because I felt all it did was provide another wealth of customers for already existing medical marijuana dispensaries, which to me then creates a monopoly in the country and in our city for the already homesteaded in, if we will, originators of those dispensaries. So I know you want to deny it, but I do think we do need some clarification. And I do think we need to make it strong enough so that if for some reason something goes through, that these medical marijuana dispensaries can't then be converted into a recreational one or take on that customer base as well. I think there is something that needs to be done with that as a protection for the city. And again, it probably doesn't need to happen right now, but I do think it's something. And my other concern is we have 2 dispensaries now. Can they stay in if it stays in the family? Can they sell it to some other business to run their business? And they're always from now on perpetually going to be in our city? Or do they eventually die up and wither away because somebody doesn't do that? I don't know if we have a
Good question. I don't know.
provision to prevent them from just perpetuating, or that spot will always be a medical marijuana dispensary, so that business can always come in
But
and
is
occupy
it
that space.
is it the spot or is it the owner?
It's like any other non-conforming use. It can stay in its current location, it cannot expand, the ownership can change, it can be held out for sale to another entity. It doesn't have to stay there, that use forever, because if no one buys it and it goes out of business, you can't bring it back.
Okay.
Well, be careful, though.
Well, it can be advertised if it's 6 months, or,
There's a new case.
oh, there's a new case I'm not aware about?
I don't know if you're aware of it, that if they haven't, even if it's non-conforming and they stop the use even for, I think the case that I read was a couple of years, as long as no other use came in there, it can go back.
Well, there is a case about it being held out for that use, and I think our code covers that for 3 years. And if it's beyond that, then it will go away.
I'm going to refer back to that case. I gotta
Okay.
get a copy of it. Okay, so we have a motion, ma'am, Mrs. Clerk, would you read the comments, please?
Yes, Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Why would the city of Lake Worth Beach ban very legal, very lucrative, and very regulated marijuana dispensaries? Are we still holding fast to the scientifically debunked archaic propaganda of reefer madness? The individuals utilizing those dispensaries have taken the time and energy to follow the proper legal and medical route for a well-researched and safe product to alleviate a multitude of diagnoses and symptoms. The dispensaries are required to follow a multitude of regulatory laws. So please don't even try to hide your bias behind the falsity of proclaiming dispensaries attract the wrong element. Banning a legal, safe, and viable product in our city simply because of long-held biases is discriminatory, a disservice to local residents, and frankly asinine. Adrian Copland, North Palmway, season's greetings. Please continue to support the banning of marijuana sales in our beloved Lake Worth Beach, as it is already that not a day goes by where this putrid stench is noticeable everywhere downtown and in our neighborhoods, and it is disgusting. Furthermore, smoke of any kind is detrimental to the environment. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So this failed.
Wait, hold on. What was the motion? Was
The
it-
motion is to disapprove.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah, then I'm an
So
aye.
we'll come back with something. but-
Yeah, and we want to give direction to come back with at least density and look at whatever other options.
Or
we
just
can-
leave it alone.
Or just do nothing. That's also always an option.
Listen, if there was a bunch of dispensaries, right, and you can't smoke at the dispensary, so it's not like there's going to be a lot of people hanging out in front smoking.
Right.
Or, getting drunk like at a bar and shooting people or getting in a fight, so.
Sounds like based on what has happened this evening, we will be coming back sometime in the latter spring or early summer with an LDR workshop.
Okay. In the meantime, there's no new ones, so we're status quo. All right,
Good job, thank you.
moving right along.
They get to go home.
They get to go home. We get to stay here. Good night, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for answering all of my questions.
Okay, unfinished business, A. Going back to unfinished business, right?
Motion to approve on that one?
Second,
Is this the using the money?
It's the swap.
The swap that we don't have to worry about the deadlines?
yes.
That is correct.
Okay,
And if
yeah.
you guys have specific questions, we do have the finance director.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. McVoy, second by Ms. May. Any comment, Madam Clerk, any comments?
Not on this item.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously.
Aren't you so glad you stayed, Yannick, so you had to answer so many questions?
Your eloquence precedes you.
You wrote such a good staff report.
Okay, now we're looking at new business.
Playground is what I have.
Okay, A, purchase
Oh,
order with
Sunfest.
game time to acquire South Palm Park playground equipment. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comment? Any cards? Any cards, ma'am?
Yes, I have one. I'm sorry, that was Commissioner Diaz who seconded?
Yes.
Correct.
All right, I feel like a one-armed paper hanger here. Okay, one comment. Sam Smith, 109 Palmway. I am for more playground equipment. We have so many children in this city that have no parks or playgrounds to play in. So yes to more play equipment. However, I write once again to remind you that the children in the northeast quadrant of the city, College Park and Parrot Cove, east of Federal, north of Lucerne to the Spillway, have no playgrounds or parkland. We need parkland and playground. Once again, there is unused city-owned land right by the Lake Worth Golf Course. clubhouse that could be easily used as a playground space. It is a much larger space than the area in the beach that finally has a playground back. Please stop ignoring our children in the northeast area of the city. Every other district quadrant has a playground except us.
Thank you. Just that.
I tend to agree with that comment.
Ms. McKay, if you, we have a motion to approve in a second, so would you like to talk? Smart woman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. B, agreement with Musco Sports Lighting LLC for design, production, and installation of new LED light fixtures on Dave Manso baseball field. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I like baseball. We went to I think it was Venezuela against America, so I was stressed a little as to who I was rooting for. But we survived. It was a great game. It was fun. Here's my thing. We talk a lot in the city that we're short of money and that we need to balance revenues and expenses. So approximately what income comes in to our baseball fields? Roughly, I don't
have the exact numbers on me right now, but I can look into that and follow up for you.
My recollection, maybe the city manager knows, but it was like 30,000 range for the rent, and maybe there's a little bit more with another contract with the school or something.
We don't,
Oh, yeah.
even with the contract with the school and everything, we don't break even, if that's what you're asking.
Well,
As far as our
I
operational
was
costs
looking-
versus,
I was looking to have an idea of the actual number. I know we don't break even.
I believe the contract with the school is right around 60, it was somewhere in the mid 60,000.
That sounds
something
familiar,
like
and I
that.
think there was another one that might be around 30. So let's call it 100 a year. And we recently approved in the last couple of years, roughly 600, maybe 700,000 for lights. This, I think, is another 300 or 400. So $1 million of expenses against 100,000 a year ballpark, generously.
No pun intended.
Ballpark, yeah, no pun intended. You know, obviously, we don't want lights falling on parents or kids or anybody else. I get that. But I do have a concern that this is like insanely expensive, and there's no way that the income will ever catch up with it. And I want us to remember that when we talk about other things. Well, we don't have any money for that. So that, I don't know what to do with it. I'm going to vote for it, but I do want us to be conscious.
Fair
of-
point. My question is, this is Northwest Ball Fields. There's some on the north and some on the south side of 22nd Avenue. Which ones are these? These are the north?
Yes, so this is Deanna McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So this is the north, this is the Manzo Ball Field. This is where our high school plays. This is the larger of the fields.
Okay.
North, south?
The north side.
Of the-
Okay.
So, and in,
Northwest.
so
Thank you.
when they get, if we didn't have the lights, when it got dark, they couldn't play.
Correct, it would be a safety concern. They do have evening games, so prior to before we get these installed, they won't be able to have their evening games.
Okay. I mean, it's as much an amenity as it is a,
Safety.
And
and I know, I get what you're saying.
the amenity, I don't think that much of our own population uses this amenity, and that's where there's a little bit more concern. You know, we are big time to $1 million subsidizing something that will never catch up to it, and that we ourselves don't use all that much. And then we're going to come along and say, well, we've got a lot of use of soccer, but we don't have any money to put into it. That's I don't know how to fix that, but I do want to raise the concern.
Well, I'm just counterpoint, most of the kids in Lake Worth High School are from our city. I mean, they really are.
Oh, yeah,
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
But is this are most of those games the Lake Worth High School or other high schools?
The Lake Worth
That's
High
Lake
School.
Worth.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, that clarification is helpful.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to mention the 600,000 you had mentioned, that was for the south side
Right.
of 22nd that you mentioned before that we did in a previous year. So yeah, obviously, the income that comes in from this does not match the expense and the operational costs, but and cities kind of deal with this all the time when it comes to rec. If you're going to have rec programs and have that available to the community, and to the residents and people that come in. You have to maintain your fields and all of the things that go along with that. So if we get to a point where we say we don't want to spend that kind of money, then we can't have those rec programs. So it's kind of like either we want rec programs or we don't. But the lights and the condition they're in and everything like that, we have to maintain our fields if we're going to have these types of programs. Even though I understand what you're talking about with the cost and everything, but if we're going to have the programs, we have to maintain.
I get that, but
Yeah.
we're going to get to the pool at some point and say, well, you know, we don't have money to support that, but it's an amenity also. And I totally am down with the argument that certain things, you know, I don't think that the library should have to pay for itself. You know, it doesn't. It's a service that we provide.
Correct.
But we have this issue of what do we have money for? Okay, let's go.
All right, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, C, this is the contract with the unfortunately named Sunfest of Palm Beach County. Okay, I have two cards for that. There has been a huge amount of comments on Facebook, which I do look at, and there's been, along with those comments, there's been a huge amount of comments that didn't read the contract, essentially. So there's been some, I just want to just address it. There's some fears that Sunfest in West Palm is failing, and this is, my understanding of this is that they are our contractors, we tell them what we want, we tell them what the festival is going to be. We have approval on a lot of things. My understanding also is that we get 60% of the sponsorships that they get. We get all of the sponsorships that we get, and we get 30% of the food and 10 of the drinks.
So Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So for the beverages, we do get the 30% of the gross total of revenue. And as you mentioned, we do receive 60% of the sponsorships that they negotiate through utilizing their own contracts that are contacts that they've had for a number of years in their relationships. And we will be keeping 100% of the sponsorships of the relationships that we have and that longstanding relationships we've had in our community. We'll be keeping 100% of that. And in addition, revenue sharing will also be receiving $22,000 for the food vendors that will be coming in. And we'll be working closely with them to decide that and make sure that we don't have any conflicts of any local businesses that already exist in our downtown.
Right. So essentially, they're our employees, they do what we tell them to do. I mean, they come to us with things, but we're not losing, I guess. Oh, one other thing is we are doing, last year there were no, like I've always sponsored it, and we're bringing that back this year.
Yes, that is right, Madam Mayor.
And things like like T-shirts and merchandise and fun stuff, we're bringing that, we didn't have that last year, we're going to have that this year as well.
That is right. We are going to be working on that with a partner.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the name is unfortunate with what's going on in West Palm, but I wish it was like, you know, Bob's Venue
Party
Service
planner.
or something.
Yes, I can speak to we did have the RFP process. Their proposal was outstanding. We do have one of the representatives, Dan Good from Sunfest here tonight. And, you know, they did present us with a wonderful timeline. I've been working, having conversations with them. This is definitely my wheelhouse and my background, and I just want to say we all understand how important this festival is to this community, and we may be new, but this festival is not, and we're going to make sure that we enhance all the good work that's already been done over the last 31 years, and I'm going to be working very closely with them to make sure that we stay on budget, that we're fiscally responsible, and that timelines are met, and we're just ready to get going and get this thing moving. And so just want to kind of put your minds at ease that this is going to be very well taken care of and that we are going to be on it.
What about placement of the squares?
I will be working very closely with them, making sure that we have the businesses and the artists and making sure we have the placements. And, you know, we're reaching out to our longtime artisans as well to make sure we have their locations where they're used to being, and we're working
It's
on
a
all
big
that.
sense of pride for the past
absolutely.
30 years to be doing that. And last year was sad about that didn't happen, but it's over. Got a lot of lights on. Let's start with District 1.
Should we make a
No,
motion?
let's start with you. District 2.
Did I move?
It's 10:30.
Did we
Yeah.
make a motion?
Oh, yeah, let's have a motion.
don't have a
Do we have a motion?
motion.
Let's have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, second by Commissioner May.
And then I'll try to keep it brief. I mean, this is it was disappointing. It's semantics. So this is a strong case of semantics working against us, and I was disappointed in how it was explained in media and other outlets about how we're handing it over, they're taking over, using those words. We are the lead. And the other thing to point out too, a lot of people raved about the last street painting festival, and we did this the last time.
Right.
We reached out and got help, and that's part of why it was so successful, because it was packed. There was a lot of people. So.
And our staff, I mean, when, in the past, I mean, it's been on our staff to do this, to schlep everything, to make arrangements for everything. Too much. And the state of our staff at the end of the weekend was sad. They were tired.
Across many divisions. It was not just leisure services. It was public works. It was the finance team
Right.
that was processing all the input. There was so many crossover of the city team, and this definitely alleviates the burden on staff. But as mentioned, leisure services will be working very closely with the contractor.
Will. And you'll all be there that weekend.
Yes.
I was going to ask something. We used to spend money on overtime for our staff, didn't we, with doing it?
Yeah, so obviously a nonprofit used to run this festival. When they were giving that up, the city had to jump in. So we had a couple of years, and yes, it was burdensome to say the least. As Tiana just mentioned, it was across all divisions. Basically, right after the holidays, stuff kind of shut down, and definitely for leisure, for like 7 weeks leading up to this.
Nothing happened.
The week after, everyone's basically off for a week. It's a lot. And when you look at like West Palm Beach and Delray, when they had the Garlic Festival, when you look at cities that have these larger festivals, they typically don't have staff working those festivals. You have companies that staff these, and it got to a point where it was just too much for staff to do. And we actually lost a good number of staff because of this.
We did.
So we're trying to rectify those situations now and get these festivals.
Will there be a reach out to see if, because a lot of citizens would volunteer passing out stuff and cleaning up and stuff, so that will still be part of it? Okay. Let's just keep going down. Ms. May?
Okay. I didn't know about the T-shirts, so tell me about that, the merchandise.
So apparently years before, so I knew it came in just before the last execution of the last festival. Apparently years before there was commemorative T-shirts and things. So that's something that once contract is signed and moving forward, I will be working with the organizers to ensure that we have that. And I was actually recently just aware of some keychains and things that have been popular. So these are things that we will be talking about in the future. But, anything that comes up like that, absolutely share that with us, because, we want to make sure that things are the way that you've had it in many years before, right? We want to enhance all the good work that's already been done, and we don't want to miss anything. So if things like that come up, we're definitely open to working, and I know they'll be open to working with us and making sure we have the things that everyone's used to.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not done. Two more questions, and it's on page 13 of the contract.
Okay.
I'm assuming when you said the city requires 70 feet, you're talking about square feet?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I was like, linear feet, that was it, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's like in the event talk, it's like a 70 feet, it's like 70, 10 by 10. It's just an event.
Okay, I was like, that's an interesting, I'm not in that field, so that makes sense.
Yep.
And then what about parking? Because I didn't see anything in here about parking for the event.
What do you mean by parking for the event?
So some of the times there has been some shuttles coming from maybe.
Palm Beach State.
Palm Beach State. Yeah. There were also some groups that took over some parking lots and like Rolo did, which I don't suggest we do.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if there is any, because I just didn't see a section in here on parking. That's all I was wondering.
Yeah, no, we didn't. There's nothing specific on here on parking, but we will be having the shuttles again. We've already been reaching out to the Palm Beach State College, letting them know that we have a new operator, but please keep us in mind, keep the lot. Everything's going to be consistent, hoping that we can reach out, maybe get some extra circuits, like driving around. And but yeah, so we have the parking lots, regular parking, and we have the Bohemian, of course. And so, yeah, we'll have regular parking as normal, as well as in addition to the shuttles.
Okay.
And the church on Rice Street always has parking.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check because I didn't see it in there.
Bringing that
But
up.
I appreciate all of the work you guys have done, and I know that this is hard and undeserved slack. like, because there was just uninformed people.
Yeah,
So
it's new, it's
it is what it
exciting.
is. And for anybody listening, it's still free. It's still the Lake Worth Beach Street Painting Festival.
Yes, it absolutely is. And this contract's really about execution and operation and event management. That's what
Right.
we're working with this. We're working with a group of professionals that do this professionally to execute our Lake Worth Beach Street Painting Festival. That's what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Let me just ask one question about the alcoholic beverages. I don't remember in the past, is there an area that you can do it within, a restricted area that you can drink, or do you just walk around?
In years past, it was walking around. There was different
Okay.
locations of bars throughout the event.
Just curious. All right. Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I probably, I hear what the city manager said that, and what Leisure Services says that, us doing it with our own staff pretty much burned everybody out. I get that message. It seems very reasonable. I just need a little reassurance on a couple things. One was, as of a week ago, there was no backup available for this item. And this is more for my colleagues than for you, but our rules, if I'm understanding them correctly, says agenda distribution deadline. The deadline for distributing a final agenda with supporting documents shall be no later than Friday, 2 weeks prior to a regularly scheduled city commission meeting. And my understanding has been that if an item is proposed for the agenda and the backup supporting documents are not yet available by that deadline, then we don't put it on the agenda. And I've seen repeatedly where we violate that. There were 3 items on this agenda that were not available, nothing available, just the item listed. Either we have a rule, and this is for my colleagues, what are we doing? Either we have a rule that says this is the deadline for the agenda item and the supporting documents, and we're going to follow that rule, or we don't. And I need clarification from my colleagues. Are we going to change that rule, or are we just going to have the rule and ignore it?
We're not going to vote on that tonight. We're not going to, we're
No,
here.
but I
All right,
do
it's good
want-
to, thank you for pointing it out. I understand it.
Okay.
But we
So-
have 20 minutes left.
No, I
And we
understand.
have a lot of items to go through, and we have
Okay.
staff sitting here
Now
waiting
specific
specifically.
to this one.
Okay.
Maybe there are 2 Sunfests, and I don't know what's going on. That could be, I don't know. I was concerned that television station called me up or alerted me, maybe alerted all of us, that an organization, which I don't know if it's the same organization or not, but that their financials, that they were in the hole, 1.5 million in 2024, 1.6 in 23, 1.9 in the hole in 19, 1 in the hole for 2018. Now, somebody maybe can reassure me that that's a different Sunfest and doesn't relate to this. I'd be happy to hear that if that was the case. Or those numbers are not right and the 990s are inaccurate, or I need a little bit of reassurance. Why would we be going with a firm that has multiple years where they were in the hole?
If you can quickly address that.
Yeah, I can't speak to their financial situation. In the RFP that was provided, I am confident in the budget and the timeline and the breakdown of how they're going to operate our festival and our event. And the financials that they did provide for us didn't raise any alarms for me. This budget looks fantastic. It looks like we're going to follow through. And I can't speak to their exact event model, but I am confident in their ability to execute our event. And the event organizers have been longtime event organizers, and I do trust that they'll be able to confidently achieve, successfully.
I think the gentleman would like to clarify, and I'd be happy with the clarification.
Okay, and we really need to get some other stuff done.
Hey, good evening. Dan Good with Sunfest. Just to answer a couple of your questions. We're 501c3, we're a private nonprofit. We've been operating, this past event was our 40th event. There's many years we've made money. There's a whole change in the music industry. I don't know if you've paid attention, but there are music festivals that are going out of business throughout the country. And quite honestly, post-pandemic, we've seen a major change in the cost and the expense with entertainment. And we've always tried to balance the affordability and what people are willing to pay, and that's just not, hasn't been aligned in, in the last probably 3 to 4 years. So we all thought following the pandemic that you'd start to see things change, and it just really hasn't changed. And that's kind of throughout the country. But we are we've had many successful years. We're not in the hole. We're not financially, the documents we provided are accurate 990s like you'd asked. So I don't know if you have any other questions on that, but.
Okay.
Okay, do you have enough time to do this? I hear that we want to do it as well as before, but it seems like this is a little bit down to the wire on starting the contract.
So due to the RFP process and the time frame, we've already been sending out applications and reaching out to featured artists and kind of doing the background work. And then as soon as this goes, should it go through and be approved by commission, we're ready to rock tomorrow.
Okay.
Speaking of music.
Pun intended.
Okay.
We're doing a lot, okay.
Thank you.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. It passes unanimously. E, really quick.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I
Oh,
have
God, we have public comments, I'm sorry. We have got to get I'm sorry, we have got to get our staff to, we have staff here. Raise your hand if you're waiting as staff to pass something, okay? With all due respect, we got to get going. Ms. Blockson, you want to talk real quick? You want a minute? We're going to give you a minute. Ramsey, we're going to give you a minute. We also, all right, then, I'm very frustrated because I'm not going to let my staff sit here and not be able to work.
Well, they're already here, so
I have 1 minute.
you have 3.
It's fine. Carla Blockson, 1802 Pierce Drive. The week after we finish this Sunfest with this contract, we need to have a workshop to decide what we are going to do the following year.
Sure.
There are many people in the community that are very upset how this was handled, that we rushed it, that we're not getting our profit from it accurately. We have done this, and I understand why we're doing it. It's due in February. We don't have any wiggle room. We don't have any choices. The staff can't do it. So, but the week after Sunfest, we need to sit down and say, what are we going to do for next year? And we start planning then.
Well, debrief.
You can't, yes, you cannot plan in December to say, I'm going to do this in February. And Mr. McBoy's points were correct. Those financial figures, people have been batting them around and having many discussions about them. We don't know because we didn't do the due diligence for that. So
We didn't get the
start-
backup.
Yeah, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is, after Sunfest, we need to start looking at how we want it to be the next year and work on it. That's all I'm saying.
I bet Ms. McKay's
And they
got
get
that in
one
the
contract.
plans.
This just,
1
this
year.
1 year.
Renewable,
This
but
year.
it has to be done every year, right?
Okay, yes, that's
Thank
what I
you.
want.
Ms. McLeod?
Breathe.
I can't, I've got staff there that won't.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I have some real concerns on how we got here and the cost for putting on this event. The city took over the Street Painting Festival several years ago, but we have never been given any breakdown of expenses versus revenue from city staff. We only consistently have gotten comments from the previous director and Mr. Brown bemoaning the cost it takes on city staff. We have never been provided a final report, so how do the voters know you are spending this money wisely? Where is the accountability? Not in the backup. How has this ever been a money-making event for the city? If so, how much money did this city make? I'm under the impression any monies made reverted back into the leisure services budget to be set aside for future street painting festival expenses, correct? Is this payment in amount in line with what Public Works and Leisure Services departments have spent in the past? This event takes place in February, and staff knew then they wanted to move in a different direction to support it. So why wasn't this contract before you in the summer? You have barely given this vendor 7 weeks to put on an event together that they have no experience in and know nothing about our city. How do you expect them to get good rates for airfares, Airbnbs, or hotels? All these arrangements should have been made 6 months prior to this event taking place. Has staff done anything to already secure the accommodations needed? It seems very poor planning is involved here, and I believe these expenditures are going to be far more costly because you are now booking them in season. Why wasn't subcontracting the event out to Blue Point, the vendor who has worked with the city in this event in the past, used in order to secure better tracking on expenses and revenue and then put out the RFP? My concern with Fun Fest is they can't even put on the premier event in West Palm Beach this year that they've been doing the past couple of decades. Are they really going to be capable of putting on our street painting festival and meet the standards we've set? They are in debt for millions of dollars. So how did that make them a fiscally responsible organization to put on our festival?
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I have some concerns regarding the proposal to enter into a contract with Sunfest of Palm Beach County, Inc. for the 2025 Street Painting Festival Production and Management Services. First of all, the Street Painting Festival is 2 months away, so the city seems very, very late to be engaging a third party to run this festival. If this was an issue, it should have been addressed at least 6 months ago. Second, for any of you who have lived in the West Palm Beach or Lake Worth area for as long as I have, you have seen the very sad decline of Sunfest. Sunfest used to be a great multi-age music and arts 5-day festival. Tickets have never been cheap in my mind, but the first 5 to 10 years, we would buy 5-day tickets and go every day. I love the Sunfest, featured so many artists. It used to have a children's section. Charities were involved, fireworks, etc. Now it's down to 2 days. It is music for only a narrow audience, and all the art was pulled a few years back. This year, it doesn't even seem like it is happening, meaning Sunfest. No offense to this organization, but they appear to be failing at their primary mission, and as such are a bad fit for us. Additionally, street painting ran exceptionally well for decades, being run by a nonprofit. Why doesn't the city reach out to some of those folks and get some guidance? Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Having the Sunfest group take over our cherished and world-renowned street painting festival is like buying a ticket to board the Titanic after it hit the iceberg. The Sunfest group has proven themselves to be incompetent in successful management and execution of community festivals. If the city chooses to contract out the management and production of the street painting festival, due diligence and care should be taken much the way any other large purchases are considered. That means at least several proposals are accepted and investigated, companies are thoroughly vetted, and their relationship is beneficial to both parties, none of which seems feasible for the 2025 event. Reconsider undertaking the search for 2026, and in the interim year, consider reaching out and engaging the community to fill gaps with volunteers and local organizations who would surely participate in order to accrue service hours and/or exposure. Do not allow the Street Painting Festival to become another sad casualty of the Sunfest group. Last comment, Adrian Copland, North Palmway. We the people ask why is it WPTV reached out to you, our Lake Worth Beach officials, to understand your supposed rationale in choosing the Sunfest nonprofit to manage our annual street painting festival, despite its financial losses to the tune of $3 million. We the people ask why WPTV has not yet received any comment from any of you. $3 million in losses, really. You don't just owe your supposed rationale for this financially bereft of logic decision to WPTV, but more importantly, you owe it to all of us, your tax-paying constituents, the people you represent. Please provide it to us. That's the last comment for this item.
Thank you very much. I think we voted to, okay, all right, so now we are up to
Lift station, I think.
D, contract with B&B Underground Construction for construction services for lift station numbers 5, 13, 15, 18, and 19 improvements. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 E, agreement with Advanced Environmental Laboratories for the laboratory testing services for the Water and Electric Utilities Department on an as-needed basis. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Goods and services agreement with Gresco to purchase three-phase manual pad-mounted switchgear assemblies for the Lake Worth Lagoon Crossing project. Do I have a motion?
Motion
I
to
have a
approve.
quick question.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
By
just
Commissioner May. Question by Mr. McVoy.
I just was curious why on this one, there were no takers for the initial, forget what F stands for bids. But then Cresco appeared later. Just a quick clarification and we're good to go.
Ed Liberty, for the record, Electric Utility Director. I'm going to use a lifeline, because Valentina can explain that better.
And here she comes.
This all goes through procurement.
All right.
Good evening, Valentina Sestera, Assistant
Speak up
Finance
a little bit.
Director.
We went out to bid 2 times. First time, we didn't have any timely bids. We had some late bids. Then we had the second time we went out, we had some documentation problems. They didn't submit it correctly, and then they did not meet all the technical specifications. So as per our policy, we reached out to other vendors, and then we got a quote and managed to approve it. We did not have any more time because of the project requirements to go out to bid again.
And I guess just maybe, probably from Mr. Liberty, you feel pretty comfortable with what we're doing, even though we aren't doing the normal IFB process? As long as you tell me you feel comfortable, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with this. They're a qualified company, they provide good products, and we have over a 1-year lead time to get the materials, so yeah, comfortable with it.
Motion to approve, if I didn't already.
That's all been done, we just have to vote.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
F, goods and services, oh no, that was it. G, approval of work order number 14 with Newcat Corporation to provide inspectors, testing, repair, and preventative maintenance for various electrical components at the city's substations and power plant.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Electric utility easement, H, electric utility easement between Brandex LLC and the city of Lake Worth Beach. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. McVoy, all in favor?
Aye.
I, supplemental wholesale electric energy and capacity procurement process. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I see Mr. McVoy's light is on, and it's 10:52.
I understand that this one, this is a big deal. This is our start of the process to figure out where we are going to get, I think it's fair to say, the bulk, even as the solar comes on, it'll still be the bulk of our, or close to it.
It's currently about a $12 million annual contract that'll decrease somewhat because of solar coming online, but it's a sizable contract.
But this is a big one, and we don't have time to go into a discussion on it, but my question is, or my overall thing is, I was involved in the process umpteen years ago before. I had a pretty good feeling about the consultants that we used to negotiate this thing before. I thought the process was pretty professional, pretty reasonable. I don't know whether you have insights as to whether you didn't like the results or not. I don't know. I'm concerned, why would we do a partial waiver, and is there an urgency to make a decision on that tonight? Could we have a more, not under the clock, under the gun
Well, I
discussion?
didn't think we'd be here till this time of night.
Yeah, I know.
But there is a sense of urgency in terms of the calendar. This contract expires at the end of 2025. So January 1 of 26, we need to be under a new contract. The only thing you're approving here is the process. And this is the same process that was used twice before, at least once before. We did it this way in 2018, which is my first time going through it here. I've done it in other places. And I believe that was a process that was used in 2012. The contract that went into place in January of 2013.
Maybe I didn't remember that was a partial waiver. That's very possible.
So basically what we're saying is we're definitely going to issue an RFP, but the reality is that there's a limitation as to how many people can actually be competitive. And you want to make sure you're buying power from people that actually have plants and not just paper. And you want to make sure that they can get it here reliably and at a reasonable cost. So that says that there's probably not 100 people or 50 people or 10 people, 10 companies rather, that would reply. Realistically, there's probably only 3 or 4 or 5 at the most, maybe 6. What we found last time, there's only 3. What we would do is we put together the RFP and the basic package, bring that back to you, and then we start talking with the market, get bids. They are sealed. They're not public,
Right.
but you, of course, will see them all. We have outside counsel together with city council involved and an outside consultant. So we have to get this RFP on the street. Really, it should be out no later than the first quarter, definitely, mid-second quarter of the calendar year, because we have to get the responses back, then negotiate. There's a lot of nuances, and it's a big buy.
It was a lengthy process,
Yeah.
and it needs to be. It
Yep.
certainly shouldn't be rushed.
The process we went through in 2018 dropped our overall cost from about $72 per megawatt hour to $52 a megawatt hour, which yielded about a $9 million annual savings. So that was pretty
So you're
significant.
going to do that again and get
I
it to 32?
don't think that's possible again today, in today's market. But, we'll do the best we can. I think the key for all of you to know and the public to know is that this is not secret. You all as commissioners will be deeply involved in seeing the numbers and seeing the evaluations. What you're approving tonight is just the process that we're going to start with.
And it was the partial waiver part that made me a little nervous, probably because I didn't understand what it meant. But
My understanding from council is that we actually are, and I know Energy Council's not here tonight, but we're actually allowed to go outside of the normal process anyway.
yeah, I saw that.
Where
in
the partial waiver is due to the fact that there may be other products and services that the bidders may choose to provide to us as what we call value-added services in the bid. I don't want to throw out ideas right now, we can in one-on-ones, but there may be things that certain bidders want to say, hey, I'll do this for the city, or I'll add this, I'll throw in some of these, or I'll do that. We want to see what the market brings, but because those services are outside the strict energy procurement, I think that's what gets into the partial waiver.
Okay. Motion to approve, if we didn't already
I think
do
we
that?
did.
We already did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 4 minutes, kids. It's our last agenda item without our comments, which aren't going to happen tonight. This is the sublease on Benny's. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McVoy? 3 minutes. You got
I asked
1
for
minute.
clarification, I'm not sure I ever got it. Does the lease, not the sublease that we're considering, does the lease include on this particular one a proportion of proceeds?
Yes, it does.
So my question is, if the lease includes that the city receives some agreed upon percentage, I imagine, of proceeds,
The lease does provide that when there's a sublease, that the city would get paid anything above the rent that the tenant receives from the sublease. So if they're paying their rent and they're actually making money by subleasing, that money comes to the city. But through this amendment to the lease, the city has proposed to waive that provision.
my concern with this is that there was no backup for this one a week ago either. This is a high-end sushi thing that potentially could make quite a bit of money. We're being asked in a big hurry without the appropriate amount of backup time to decide, and it has financial implications for the city depending on how we write this contract. We're presumably entitled because the lease says that we get a portion of proceeds. I don't see why we would waive that for an additional activity that's happening within it. We've heard mentioned over this meeting and other meetings, why do we always, as Lake Worth, play, oh, poor me, gee, I will take, the best contract you can give it? No. This is our prime property there. I don't feel comfortable us making this decision with the clock ticking and with the backup being provided late against our rules. So I would say table this, come back and decide. I don't see that there's any urgency. Come back and decide when the public has time to see the backup, we have time to see the backup according to our rules, and we'll sort out, what we should get as a portion of it that's reasonable. That's my opinion.
But you seconded the motion. You did second the motion, right?
Did I? I don't know.
Who seconded the motion?
No, it was Commissioner May.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I would
we may
table it.
run out of time.
10:59, you have time, you have a motion and a
It is time
second.
sensitive, yeah.
Time to vote.
I think they were trying to move forward with their build out.
I call the question.
Okay.
Need a second for that.
You need a second for that.
Second, you just called a vote, second, but.
I
Sure.
called the question. I can't second my own
The
call.
meeting has automatically adjourned.
You gotta be.
It's 10, oh.
It has automatically adjourned.
Let's
We can just
vote.
do the vote.
What?
We can just do the vote.
Let's
No, we
vote.
can't. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I seconded
It's
it.
done, we're done.
Good night, everyone.